everyone. How are we all? We are back with more Octoquadri, hopefully a little more successful than last stream. Got zetamath with me, obviously. Hello,
We would
zetamath.
like to solve at least one puzzle today. That would break our one from last time.
Yeah. Chat can let us know how our sound balance is. I think it's okay, but all right. Sound is good. Excellent. Uh, all right. Well, welcome Nell and Jay, Memeristor. This is Memeristor's puzzle here. Uh, Andrew, David Ratner, always great to have you here. And
Yes.
all right. So, hey Jaleb. So here we have uh, each of these 4x4 grids is an octoquadri that each grid uses 8 of the digits 1 to 9. And
Twice each.
yeah, the digits that appear exactly twice in these grids. The
No repeats in rows, columns, and boxes.
No repeats in rows, columns, and boxes, and additionally, between grids, some of the uh, cells between them are white, which means there is vision along this row, which means none of these digits can repeat in these cells. And likewise, none of these digits can repeat in these cells. But these digits can repeat in these cells because this blocks the vision.
It's not mandatory that they do, right? It's just no information.
No, it's no information.
When I ask questions like this, it's because only Tris can see the rules, so I have to trust him about. It's kind of like a Doku in a weird way. Uh,
I can
yeah, it's
only
a
sort
very
of
cool idea.
I can only sort of half see the rules. I have the rules on my other monitor though.
I set one puzzle a long time ago, kind of like this, that was called Cat's Cradle, but I just said all the things can see. The idea of having have it set up so that you can block ones that are inconvenient is very cool. I think that would make this kind of thing a lot easier to manage. I might steal it.
Uh Otherwise, all of these things are pretty standard rules. These are Kropke pairs, no negative constraint. So digits separated by a black dot are in a 1 to 2 ratio. Digits separated by a white dot are consecutive. Standard XV. So these two cells sum to 10, these two cells sum to 5. These two digits are both odd. Over here, Renbon, these are basically white dots. So these indicate consecutive digits. And this is both a killer cage and a volt cage. So these cells sum to 12, but volt means that none of these digits can appear anywhere within the cage. And finally, down here we have double arrows, which mean that for each of these lines, the digit in the middle is the sum of the two digits on the ends.
Thank you, David. Thank you for the donation. Let's get you a donation dance. Thank you, Big Z. Thank you, David. Huge thank you. Uh, he petitioned to make white dots pink because they're Renbon dots. That makes a lot of sense. Uh,
Also, welcome David, and welcome
Conveniently, I
Laura,
just
and
set a double arrow puzzle yesterday, so maybe I'll remember how double arrows work while we solve this. Uh,
Bells, welcome.
I set a double arrow skyscraper puzzle yesterday, which is over in CTC testing. Uh, if anyone is desperate for another thing. So first thing I see is that in grid 3, we've used all the low digits between the 3 V's and the 2 X's. So everything else is at least 5, because we only get a total of 8 low digits and we need 2 low digits per V and 1 low digit per X. So these odd digits, oh, I need to turn on my annotation. These odd digits are certainly from 5, 7, 9 at the very least. We certainly know we've got all the low digits in here, and we can at least mark these as 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
And we know we've got all of 1, 2, 3, 4 in the puzzle,
Yeah,
do
so
we?
we know
Maybe?
this is the high digit. Yes, because we have 8 low digits, so we have all of them. But this is the high digit because it sees every low digit. So this digit is 6, 7, 8, 9, and then this is the 1, 2, 3, 4. And it's the 1, 2, 3, 4 from this V, and therefore this V is this V, so you should probably color them. Uh, so this is blue, and one of these is blue, but we don't know which one.
Yep. We get our 3 black dot in a row deduction up here.
Mm-hmm.
So these
So
are
I
from
guess the
1,
point
2,
is
4,
that
8.
that means that this digit is 1, 3, because you've got a virtual 2, 4 pair in the column.
Wait, what?
You have a virtual 2, 4 pair in column 2,
Oh,
because the
this
V has
digit
a
is
2 or a
1,
4 on
3.
it. Yep.
Yes. Ah. So this digit is 2 or 4.
Correct. And it's that 2, 4. Let's see. I don't know how worth it is to mark that, but we can go for it anyway.
So this is
Uh,
also from 1, 2, 4, 8.
Indeed. Uh, oh, it's so annoying that this black dot can still get away with being either
Being,
1, 2, or 4, 8, or 3, 6. It can be
yep.
anything at once. It could even be a boat, as they say. Uh, okay, well, we know there's a 1 and a 2 in the 12 cage, so we can at least mark that. And so
Well, uh, digits can repeat in the
you
12
said it's a
cage.
killer cage. The first words you
Sorry.
said was it's a killer cage. So there's a 1 and a
Digits.
2 in
No,
there.
no, digits cannot repeat in the vault cage.
Yeah, if yeah, you just read it, so I retained that because yeah,
So
so
are
there's 1 or 2 in
these
there.
are these
So
the vault cage digits then? They must be.
yep, they must be. And so you can fill in that those are 1, 2, 3, 6, 4, 5 if you want. But in particular, one of them is a 1 or a 2. And what the fact that one of them is a 1 or a 2 tells you is that one of these is a 3. In fact, actually, you can just write none of these can be 1, right? You can place the 1. Uh, would be the easier way to say this deduction. I did this in my head in a more complicated way.
Right.
None of those are the 1, so that's the 1, and we can do our digit dance. And then we can figure out what the cage is. Bop, 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 bop. Wah! Bop, bop, wah! Bop, bop, wah! Ba-da, 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 ba-da. Woohoo! Thank you, Big Z. Thank you. Uh,
World's smallest Fistamafell ring.
Indeed. So now we know that one of these on the outside is a 2, so therefore one of these is a 3, which means there's no 3 in the 12 cage, which means the 12 cage is 1, 2, 4, 5 exactly.
Nice.
Uh,
And so these
so
are
these
2,
are
4,
2,
and
4,
5.
5. Yep. And so the 2 and the 4 both connect to a 3, and the 5 connects to a 6.
So these are from 3, 6
So
only.
those are only from 3, 6, and 2 of them are 3s. Yeah. Uh, that's just because the 4 can't connect to a 5 because then it would be next to the vault. And the vault definitely has a 5 in it. Uh,
That's nice. Yeah, I can see
uh,
why Meme says this is his favorite grid.
yes, this grid is very cool. Uh, I am trying to see if I can do anything with that 3, 6 looking over it here, but I can't quite yet. Uh, so how many digits is that from 1 through 6? Just count. That's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So there's only one more in the entire grid. The rest have to be from 7, 8, 9. Uh,
So these are all from 6, 7, 8, 9.
that's true. That's true. Yeah, David just did the accounting. There we go. So yeah, so those are from 6, 7, 8, 9.
And only one
Uh,
of them is 6.
Jaleb, that's only true because this is a vault cage. It wouldn't be true in a normal Sudoku puzzle. Uh, it's just a special rule of vaults. So if this were somehow forced to be a 6. Okay, this digit can't be a 6. Let's do that. If this digit is a 6, we make all of the
Yep, it
it
sees
sees
all
all
of
the
these.
3 6s. Yeah, the uh uh let's see.
Oh, is it always the same? Or always
I
true?
don't think it's true.
Uh,
It could be, but I don't think it is. Uh, like I don't see any reason in general why that would be true. Uh, oh, maybe it's a weird set thing. I don't know. Uh,
oh! That's a rule I missed. Uh,
oh, there is a rule that says all the grids have the same set of digits.
yes. This puzzle was going to be hard without that.
Yes, yes. When I said you have to be careful about telling me the rules, that was the kind of thing that I was hoping that you would mention. Let's see.
Well, bells to the rescue.
Indeed, thank you, thank you.
Oh, so we know what digit is missing?
So it's assuredly a 7, 8, or 9. So you can write a 7, 8, 9 here. Uh, uh, so that means there are 5s in the XV grid for what it's worth. Uh, but there's annoyingly a handful of places to put them. Uh,
Bill says we can't possibly be missing a 7 in this grid.
This feels like this is the kind of thing that will be a lot clearer if we wait to think about this until later, unless it's going to immediately get us something. Uh, by the way, we have a 1, 2, 3, 4 quadruple in column 2, so let's mark that these are from 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 as well. Uh, so if the same digit is missing in every grid, that means you can kind of think about, like, I guess all of these are that missing digit, I suppose. Uh, let's see, we do know the 5 is up here, or whatever that is worth. Yep, agree with Nell. I was trying to see if we could uh, really put an 8 here, because if we put an 8 here, then we're forcing this to be a 1, 2, I guess, because I'm counting, there's only 4 digits from 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 in the puzzle. And so there's only 1 digit from 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 left. I guess here's a really dumb way to do this. One of these digits has to be high. One of them is 6 or 8. Because if neither of them are 6 or 8, then these digits are 1, 2, 3, 4, and that is not a valid way to fill 2 black dots. And so one of those is 6 or 8. That means we've got our quadruple of high digits. That means this is low. So this is the low blue. And this digit is high. Hey, Palfly, how are you doing?
So, yeah, one of these. Yeah, let's look at Bell's point. One of these is blue 1, 3.
And whichever one it is makes a triple with the 5, 7, 9.
And whichever one it is makes a triple with the 5, 7, 9.
So yeah, so the missing digit is
6
not
or
7 or
8.
9. So the missing digit is 8.
Oh, nice.
Very cute. And so now that's going to have a pretty big impact on the black dots.
I'm just gonna do this.
Uh,
Maybe that's distracting.
but yes, that is horrible. Please fill in the black dots in grid 1. So for example, this is a 2.
Oh, because this is gonna have to be 4, 8.
There isn't an 8 in the puzzle.
Oh,
So it's now forced to be 1, 2, 4. Yeah. So and so now you can chase that down to well, I guess you should also fill in this is also a 2. Uh and yeah, now there's a lot of things to do, because this is definitely 3, 6. This is a 2. Uh
blue is 1, 4.
mhm. This is just a 2 because it's red circle.
Hang on, give me a sec. I'm gonna take 8s out of everywhere.
That seems reasonable. Okay, this is 2 because red circle is 2. This is 3, 6 because there's no other option for the dot anymore.
So now I've got a 3, 6
So that you can
pair in
take
this
sixes
row.
out of these. And get our 5, 7, 9 triple. Okay. Oh yeah, this is certainly 2, 3. Oh, these aren't 9
Right, I
is the
was
point.
just
These are a
getting
5,
that.
7 pair, because one of these is 1, 9 is what we know.
Right.
Uh,
I just saw that myself. So one of these is 9.
and so therefore neither of these is 9, because that's all of our 9s for the grid. Uh, Uh,
One of these is 6.
agree. Yeah, one of those two is 6. Let's see.
Yeah, maybe we should. Let's see.
Okay,
This is
this
2,
white dot.
3.
Let's write in the possibilities for this
I,
white
I,
dot.
I think I'm gonna uncolor now because I think the coloring here is confusing.
Yeah, that's totally fine. So this could be 4, 5,
Could be 4, 5.
and it can't be anything else because it needs to have an even digit on it, and that even digit is not 2 because we've used all the 2s in the grid, and it's not 6 because there's a 6 in the box, and it's not 8 because there's not an 8 in the puzzle. So
That's
the even
nice.
digit on it is 4, and that's it. That's the story. Uh, okay, so we've now got all of our 4s in the puzzle for what it's worth. Uh,
Yep.
let's see. Uh, okay. Ah, so, oh no, there's no 4 5s on these friend bond, darn it. Uh, I was hoping that that interacted with this, but I don't think it quite does because none of these want to be 4 or 5 anyway. Uh, oh, that is good. Okay, so that is a 2 4 5 triple. That's good to know.
So that's not 5.
And in particular, one of these is 2, and therefore this isn't 2.
Ah, and this isn't 3. Sorry, no. It could still be
No,
3.
could be, sadly. It's tragic, but it could still be, yeah. Uh,
We do have the 3, 6 pair.
we do have a 3 6 pair. So yeah, so now we've got a 7 9 pair. And so now this is a naked single, ridiculously. I
That's
think it's a 1.
amazing.
Yep, it's just a naked 1.
So that's a 4. That's a
Amazing.
1.
Uh, it
That's a
actually did
4.
something. I didn't think it was going to do anything.
So that's a 6.
6. Yep.
That's
So
a
that's a
1.
9 and
That's
a
a
1.
9.
Yep. Yep. So now we can bounce up here and get a 7 up here. And
5,
yeah,
6
this
pair.
just continues. Sven to the rescue. Sven 7s across row 4.
9.
So that 9 sees above itself. Uh, okay, so we've got all the 1s. Uh, uh, you're not my mom. Let's see. Okay.
Hey, welcome, Alithana.
How have you been? Uh, it was very organic. We were just sort of bouncing back and forth with the grid, Palfly and I. It was very nice. Palfly had the original idea, which was awesome. Like the perfect little adventure setup. Uh,
Yeah, Sven is not making every deduction, but Sven is making some deductions and not making wrong deductions.
would we like to fill these in? Because they can't be 5. They can't be 2. So let's just start. Okay, so it's not 1 or 2. They could be 3. They're not 4. They're not 5 because we've used all the 5s in the
They're not
grid.
6.
They're not 6. And they could be 7 or 9, except one of them we know is not 7. Uh, okay, that was not as insightful as I hoped, but because it was so exciting, let's do it over here too. Uh, where these could be 3, 7 or 9.
And one of them is 9, and one of these is 9.
Yep, agree. Uh,
Palfly has a digit. 1 is placed in row 2. Ah,
Oh, so it is.
in fact, this is a quad, so uh, that's a 5 and that's a 4.
One of these two cells is a 1, funnily enough.
And Jaleb and Laura saw that. So this is a 2-5 pair.
Yeah, I guess you should fill in the 6.
Yeah. 6, so that's 3 and 6.
That's
That's
9.
3. That's 9.
This isn't 9.
Yeah, the fact
Okay,
that
one
Sven
of
is
these
doing
two is
anything at
1.
all in this puzzle is kind of amazing.
Just because this column needs a 1 and it can't go on the sum part of a double arrow.
Yeah. Let's see. Palfly says this is
Oh,
going to
yes, this is not
definitely see a
famously not
5.
5.
Oh,
No, it's just that 3 and 5 aren't consecutive, is what Palfly is saying. But your way works too. Uh,
no, I think Palfly's way is better.
uh, uh,
These are a quad, points out David.
okay, this cell is now looked at by a 3-6 pair.
Let's write down this quad 2, 3, 4, 6. Okay, this is
Not a 6 because the 3-6 pair looks at it.
yes.
And that's a 3-7-9 triple now in the row. So now you know where the 6 is.
Nice. So that's a 6. That's a 5.
And so the other's a 3. That one is a 3, I mean. And 3 doesn't go with 5.
So 2, 4. Got it. Oh, we need the
Good
other
spot to
6
Palfly.
somewhere.
Yeah, the other 6 goes there.
See, no 3 here, no 6 here. Oh, 2, 4 pair looks over here. Thank you, Bells and Alithana and David.
Okay. One of these cells is a 1, and it can only be one of 2 cells by the row. So let's just fill in the quad for this row, and then let's take stuff out that doesn't go there. So this row, what's left is 1, 5, 7, 9.
Wait, where
Okay,
are
you're
we
never
getting
putting
that?
a. Oh, sorry, never mind. Sorry, there's a block thing in there. Never mind. Uh, it wasn't there a second ago. Uh, dang blockers. Uh,
Yeah, grid 4 is between, or is double arrows. I almost said the wrong one. Jaleb says,
yep,
yeah.
agree. Because otherwise they'd all be even, and that's too many evens in the column. Because there's only 3 evens in this puzzle. Very
Right,
cute spot, Caleb.
that
So
would
these
kill
are
that.
both
So
3,
these are
5,
both
7, 9.
odd.
And
What?
both in particular 5, 7, 9, and you know one of them surely isn't 9. This is going to do a lot of damage. That's a very cute observation. This can't be a 6 anymore. This is assuredly never a 5. Uh, it's a 7, 9 pair in the column, so that makes this a 5.
Nice.
And so then the remaining digit is a naked single. I don't
Wait,
know what it is yet.
I think this is incorrect. This
I think this
spinning.
is a 6. Yeah, this spending is incorrect. Don't listen to this spend. This is a naked 6 though. That is correct, I believe. So this is a 6.
Thi-
Yeah, perhaps you should have disabled the checker before doing the puzzle.
well, this is the
Uh,
first time the checker has made a mistake.
that we've caught. Uh, let's see. Okay, so this is 7 or 9 are the only options. And so this digit is 2 or
2 or
4.
4.
Uh, they're the same 2, 4. They're the same 7, 9, but I don't know quite what to do with that yet.
Are they?
I mean, if they are the same 2, 4, they're the same 7, 9. Uh, I don't know if they are or not.
Wait,
Uh,
row 9, column 9 isn't 1?
would make this 3 or 5. What's wrong with this being 3 or 5?
Because of these? If this is 3,
Oh,
this
wow,
is
that's
1, 2,
horrible.
and there's nothing here. And
That's
if this is
disgusting.
5, this is 1, 4, and nothing here. So that's
Okay,
not a 1.
let me do
I
this
think it's
better.
very cute.
Let me do this better because that was horrible.
No, it's cute.
We've already used 3 lows in row 9. So therefore, even if this is low, this isn't. So it's at least 5. And so this is 5, 7, or 9, and then that's a triple in the row. Yes, as Memeristor says, Memeristor's way is much better. Although Memeristor said it much more humbly than that because Memeristor is Canadian. Uh, but Memeristor's way is much better. So this number now is known to be low because we need a fourth low in the row.
So
Uh, it's odd,
oh,
and it's not 1. Uh, Notably, even if you do it this way, you still get to use the 2, 3, 1, 4 bit, but you don't have to do it with quite so long a chain. Uh, 7, 5, and we've got a grid completed.
do we know this isn't a 5?
Oh, maybe we don't know that's not a 5. Oh, yes, we do know it's not a 5 because there's only 2 5s in the puzzle and we know where they are.
Ah,
I agree that that digit is a 9 that you just had highlighted.
oh,
Uh, yes, not because of Sven, but for other reasons. Okay. There's a 2, 4 pair in this row, so these aren't 2 or 4, which is quite nice. So those are 3, 6.
what can this be? There's a 2, 4 in this column. So this is only a 7 or a 9.
Yep. And that's the last 7 or 9 for the grid. So you can fill in. Oh, no, you can't write in the pair. Sorry. No, never mind. Okay, so write in what this can be, I think is probably a smart thing to do. So it can't be 1, it can't be 2, 3, 4, because we've already
Mm,
got. Oh, sorry, it could be 2.
I think it is
We've
going to
only.
be 2, but
Yeah, and it's not 5. Could theoretically be 6, and it's not 7, 8, or 9.
2 or
So it's only
6.
2 or 6. Uh, uh,
Ah, it's not 6.
oh yeah, yeah, perfect. So it is 2. By the way, one of these digits is
Now
even,
this is a pair.
and we know which even it is now, because the only even available is 6. So one of these is 6 for sure, and we know
And
which
it's
one.
this one.
Yep. Just because 2 is gone, 4s are gone in the puzzle is what I was using, and there aren't 8s in the puzzle at all. Uh,
So this is 1 or 3. And
Sven correctly claims it's not 3, but for incorrect
ah,
reasons. But there's 2 3s in the grid, so it is a 1. Those add to 7.
so that's a 9 and a 4 and a 2, and the last digit in the grid is a
5. I just stole Laura and David saying that. I did not do it myself. Uh,
and the
uh,
grid still needs a
we've already got 2
7.
9s, so it needs an extra 7. Yep.
Uh, this definitely sees a 7. That's a 9 now, and we still need another 7. Oh, I didn't
Very
notice we were
nice.
done.
Very nice puzzle, Memeristor. I loved that. Very well put together. Little dance there, especially all the fun stuff you got to do with parody because 8 was the missing digit was really cool. That was the 8 was a very good choice of digit to remove from the club for the grids. Uh, yes, I adored that as a puzzle. Shall we take a short break before we do the next one?
Sure. Uh, one of these is my. There we go. The stream deck was hiding behind my glass of water. Anyway, we will take a quick break and be back with the next puzzle, which is by
Oh yeah, yeah.
oh,
I
it's
mean,
by
that's the whole point of
Palfly.
the prompts is to make people set things they would not otherwise, but in
Yeah.
a hopefully broad way. Yep. Paul Fly
It's
next.
Palfly and then Nell. So,
Well, let's not promise we're going to get to a third puzzle today, uh, keeping in mind what happened last time. So we'll see. Uh,
okay, we will be right back. So zetamath just had to uh, explain this rule set to me because it made no sense to me as written.
Hey, Sean, welcome. Glad you could join.
Yeah, welcome, Sean. Uh,
Jay says that bodes well. Good, good, good. So now you get to explain the rules to the audience.
oh, good grief. So apparently hit points is just a thing.
Yeah, I like hit points. Hit points is one of the best. Hit points is, in my opinion, the best indexing rule.
So uh, the outside clues give the sum of that row or column where you only count certain digits uh, uh, towards the sum, and you count digits where the position, where the digit mod 4 is equal to its position. Uh, so this counts 1, 5s, and 9s. This counts
For by this you mean for the 15, right?
for the 15. This counts 1s, 5s, and 9s. This counts 2s and 6s. This counts 3s and 7s. And this counts 4s and 8s.
And it's called toroidal because if you start counting, this is position 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's the toroidal part.
Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, that makes it
See,
a
Palfly,
little.
I got it when you said toroidal hit points. I knew exactly what it was going to mean. Uh,
And when you're counting from the other way, it does uh uh the opposite. So it's interesting when a row or column has opposing clues, which it does here.
well, the 6 is definitely not 1 plus 5, so we can rule that out as a possibility. Uh, and I think it's going to be really hard for the 6 to be 1 plus 2 plus 3 without breaking the 3 on the other side. Uh, but I want to be careful about that. The 6, by the way, isn't 1 plus 5 because 1 and 5 would have to go in the same box. And so,
Yeah. If
yeah, and
one,
so if it
one,
was
two,
one,
three
two,
would have
three,
to be there, and now
and
none of
now this
these
3 is a
count
0. Yeah,
towards this
so the
3.
6 is not 1, 2, 3. So the 6 is either 2, 4, or which I don't think it can be, or it's just a 6.
So this is
Uh,
always 2 or 6.
so, but if it's 2, 4, I think that also breaks the 3. Because the 3 is either 1 plus 2, or it's just a 3, and that doesn't work if that's
Ah,
2, 4.
so yeah,
Uh,
2,
so
4
that just is a
breaks the 3.
6.
So that's a 6, and we get to do a 6 dance.
A 6y dance. Boop, boop, ba-doop. Wop, 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 wop. Boop, boop, ba-doop. Wop, 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 wop. Boop, boo-doop, ba-doop, boo-doop, boo-doop, boop, boo-doop, boop. Wah-ha! Thank you, Big Z. Thank you.
And David points out that that just gives us that these are 1 and 2.
Yep, it does. Okay, so now the 8 in column 1 now can't be a 3-cell sum because the 1 isn't in it. So the 8 is either a 2-cell sum or it is a lone 8 uh, in column 1.
Oh, this 8. I see. I
Yes.
was very confused.
Uh,
Uh, so
so
8 would be here.
or It could be, so it's not one
Or 3,
seven.
5 here.
That could be 3, 5. And it's not 2, 6 either. Uh,
I feel like this is not the right place to look. I feel like this 7 or this 8 is
so
the
the
next
7
right
is
place
not
to
three
look.
cells either.
So it could be
Uh,
2 with a 5 here. No, that doesn't work. Uh,
no, the 2 is misplaced
the 2, right.
for this
Uh,
clue. So
so
it's not 1, 2, 4. It's not 2, 5.
it's not a lone 7.
Yep, it's not a lone 7. So
Because
it's
that would
one
go
six or
here.
3, 4, and it can't be 3, 4 either. So
Can't
it's
be
got to
3,
be one
4.
six.
Uh,
Yep.
1, 6, like that.
Yep. And so now we've used all our ones and sixes.
Nice.
Uh, uh, let's see.
Once you grok the rules, this is really fun.
I like hit points a lot. It is a underused constraint in my opinion. Uh,
So this 8 now doesn't have a 1 in it.
that's true. So this 8 now has got to be just 3, 5 or a
Couldn't it be
single
an 8?
8. Yeah, single 8 or 3, 5. Uh, no, it can't be 3, 5. It's just got to be a single 8
Oh, right. It
because
just
3, 5
isn't.
would go there. Yeah.
Yeah, because the 3 would go here.
Yep.
So it's an 8.
Okay. This.
So we've satisfied the 3, the 6, the 7, and the 8. So we just have the 8 and the 15 left to satisfy.
We got a bunch of digits to fill in the puzzle. Uh, that is true. That is true. David points out. Yeah, the you do know, like you
We
can if
know
you
this
want
this isn't a
mark
4,
this
for example.
right,
So
and this isn't a 4 either.
or
Uh,
or a 5 or a 9.
yep.
So why don't we just fill in candidates here? Not 1, 2, could be 3, not 4,
Not
not
5.
5, not
Not 5
6,
because of the 6 clue going the other way if Chad is not following.
could be 7, not 8, could be 9.
No, can't be 9. 9 would get counted for the 6.
9 would get counted for the 6. So 3 or 7 only.
And so it's never counted towards the 15.
Good to know. Good to know. Good to know. Uh, do This is a little less. These are a little less good. This one was highly restricted.
Yeah, because it was being looked at from two directions. Uh, so this other 8 we have, it is either 3, 5, or it is a lone 8, right?
Yeah.
This is slightly irksome. Uh, and we got like tons of digits that haven't appeared in the puzzle at all yet. Uh, so we have tons of things that could be the missing digit.
Yeah.
Uh,
We've only placed 4 digits in the puzzle. Alathana wants us to pencil this. So it's not seen from the 7, so it's not 4. So it's not 1, 2. could be 3, not 4.
Could be 5.
5, 6, not 6. Uh, could be 7.
Can't be 8 for two
Not 8.
reasons. Could be 9.
Could be 9. So it's odd.
Okay, so if this 15 is 2 cells, it would have to be 7, 8, or 9, 6, and it can't be 9, 6.
Can't be 9, 6. So if it's two
So it'd
digits,
have to
it's
be
7,
7,
8
8.
here.
Yep. Uh, yep. Otherwise, it's 3 digits, which means it would be the sum of everything else. In which case, this would have to be a 1, 5, or 9 at the top.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, I don't think that could possibly be a 9, because then I
Yeah.
need to make this.
You'd need to make these sum to 6.
Yep, and I don't think I could do that while also obeying the rules. Uh, Oh, David points out these two are always counted. There we go. That's the point. Because we said if it's 2 cells, it's these two. And otherwise it's 3 cells, in which case
Right.
it's those 3. So these
Okay.
are always
So,
in. So that
so
gives us very few candidates.
right. So this is 3 or 7 only, which makes a pair.
Hmm. And
Uh,
this is 4 or 8.
this is 4 or 8. So how do we make 3 digits work then?
Is that even the right thing, mod 4? Because this would be something that is 3 mod 4 plus something that's 1 mod 4. That just doesn't work. Just do the mod 4 math. If it's those 3, these 3 cells are all, if they're in, those 3 cells always sum to something that is 0 mod 4, and 15 is not 0 mod 4.
Sweet. Okay. So that gives us 7 and 8. That's a 3. This is now restricted. It's not 1. Could be 2, not 3. Could be 4,
Not 5, not
not
6,
5,
not
not
7, not
6.
8, not 9.
Yep.
Mod 4 is just parity with extra steps, Palfly. Uh, something, something to add a homomorphism, something, something.
Okay,
Uh,
8s are done.
yes. So now this 8 is not a single digit.
Right. So it's not 2, 6. Uh and
And
it's
it's not 1, 7.
not 1,
It's 3,
7.
5.
So it's 3, 5, and we know the order.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so the missing digit is 4 or 9.
We are done with
Uh,
3s.
However, there's not, oh, maybe there is room for 2 9s. Never mind, sorry. Uh, do we want to mark in what this can be?
Sure. It's not 1, not 2, or it could be 2.
Mm-hmm.
It's not 3. It's not
It's not
4.
4,
It's not
not
5. It's
5
not
or
6.
6.
It could be 7. Can't be 8. And it
Could be
could
9.
be 9.
Uh,
How about this? It's not 1, not 2, uh, not 3, could be 4, could be 5, not 6, not 7, not 8, and it could be 9.
and I guess this one is not 1, could still be 2,
Not 3,
could
could
be
be
4,
4, Uh,
Can't be
can't be
5 because
5,
it would be counted. Can't be 6
not
because we've already used
6,
them all.
not 7, not 8, not 9.
Not 9. Yep. So it's only 2, 4. Okay. Okay. So 4 is in because these are both from 2, 4. And we already have a 2.
Right. So 4 is in. So we need
And
two
so this
fours.
digit is
So this is
definitely a
always
4.
4.
Right. Uh, okay. And I think that means our missing digit is 9 if we go with David's thing from before. Because we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
We
6,
still
7, and 8. Yeah, our missing
we
digit is
still have to
9.
place another 5 in the puzzle, and it just goes there. That's easy.
Yeah. And 9 is out, and that's also easy.
Uh
Because we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
oh, and we only have 1 2 and 1 4, so the puzzle just solves itself.
Da da da
So
da.
we didn't even have to think about which digit was out.
We have done it. Alrighty.
Okay,
I
that
think
was
Palfly
sweet.
had 2. Yeah, that was very cool. Oh no, Palfly just had this one. Okay.
Palfly just submitted the one, so
But it was a very cool one. Very
yes.
enjoyable. And I liked the mod 4 math in the last column, or the parity math in the last column, if you want. 2 finished puzzles in a single stream. I see
And
the
we're
next one involves something called index lines, so that is exciting.
and it is
Uh,
a 4 by 4 by 4.
Excellent, excellent. We can probably start that one. Oh yeah, we'll definitely do Bitty Bytes at some point on stream. Bitty Bytes 5. That I spent so much time trying to set puzzles for, and at no point succeeded in getting a puzzle to work that I was happy with. However, I more Mogli got one of them to work. It might actually be listed as a more Mogli Zetamath collab, but there's a lot less Zetamath in it than there was in the Zetamath Palfly collab that was on Rank's thing today. Yeah, I was sad I could not go to the Bitty Bytes 5 celebration party at Sudoku Con, but I think we'd already agreed to go do something else at that point. Uh, there is a very Zetamathy puzzle in Bitty Bytes. Excellent, excellent. Uh, okay, so here we have 4 of the things for Octoquadri.
Yeah. Within each 4 by 4 grid, choose 8 of the digits from 1 to 9 and place 2 each of those digits in that grid such that no digit repeats in a row, column, or 2 by 2 box of the grid, so each one is a standard octoquadri. Digits in different grids or in the 4 clued cells outside of the 4 grids may repeat in rows and columns. However, cells in the same relative position within 2 different octoquadri grids cannot contain the same digit. That's the 4 by 4 by 4 rule. The 4 clued cells outside the 4 octoquadri grids must contain 4 different digits, and each of those digits must be absent from one of the 2 grids adjacent to that cell. Then we have orange lines are Dutch whispers. Along a turquoise line, the nth digit along the line, starting from the diamond, indicates the position along that line where the digit n appears. So 3214 would be a valid line.
So I guess you know that this is for sure 1, 2, 3 in some order, and this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in some order.
Yeah. Uh, so these are candy. Each of the four colors, red, green, blue, and yellow, represents a different one of white crop key, black crop key, X, and V. Uh, a 1 and a 2 or a 2 and a 3 may have either valid color of dot between them. And all possible dots are given in this grid.
Yeah, Nell mentioned the idea was me saying you should be able to mark things. I think ideally there should be an octagon right here in the center of a octoquadri grid where you notate the cell that's out of it. I think that would look aesthetically the coolest and make octoquadri more popular. But I don't think any of the thingies support that. Like I don't think even Sudoku Maker can do that, but I could be wrong. Okay, I think Sudoku Maker probably can do it. I only said it probably can't just to try and bait someone into doing it to prove me wrong. But what can I say?
These are standard killer cages. Digits can't repeat within a cage, and the sum is equal to the number or satisfies the inequality. And
There are a couple forced killer cages.
These are Renbans. Okay, so these are 6, 7, 9. Sorry.
And these are 7, 9.
Did I do that right? That's not right. 6,
No,
8,
it's
9.
6, 8, 9. These are
It's
7,
like
9.
that doesn't look right.
And now I think this has got to be 5, 8. Because it's not 6, 7, and it's not 4, 9. And so that's not 8. Those are certainly from 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, we have both 9s in this grid.
Both 8s.
Yep.
We do know that this number is at least 4, which is interesting for the Dutch Whispers.
Mm-hmm.
This needs to be missing from one of the two grids it touches, but we don't know which one.
Right.
Right? Is that how it works?
Mm-hmm. And the grids are all missing a different digit. And those digits are these 4 digits.
And there's also the position thing, right? Like this cell can't be the same in any two grids, right?
Right.
Okay, yeah, I've got to remember the disjoint business. Okay, so we can certainly note that any digit in the candy grid that's on two different colors of dot is not a 5. Uh, uh, because 5 can only go on white dots and nothing else. I was hoping we could maybe let's see, if I just highlight everything that is on two colors of dot, I would like to be able to rule 5 off of this grid entirely. I don't think I can, though. At least not without further care, because I think that's all the cells that can't possibly be 5 just from that, and I don't think that's enough to say I can't fit 5 in the grid somewhere, unfortunately. Uh, Yeah, it's I was noticing the almost heart, and I was like, oh, I bet Nell was really upset that this were. You can almost take this as a negative constraint that no dot could go here, because if a dot could go there, you would definitely have included it. We can at least, I suppose, write in that these are all at least
Uh,
4.
Zeta, there is a negative constraint. No dot can go here.
Oh, it's even given in the puzzle.
It's given in the rules. All dots are given.
Ah, I see. Uh,
Right. Just in this grid, all dots are given. Welcome, Plonk Time.
Let's see. This digit, I guess all the digits in the grid. I was gonna say this digit sees a 1, 2, 3 triple, but that's not so exciting. Uh,
Yeah, ones, twos, and threes are spoken for in this grid.
I'm gonna let you make all the indexing deductions and fill in the indexing line.
Sure.
Uh, how many 1, 2, 3, 4s can we really fit in grid 3? Because I know I need 1, 1, 2, 3, 4 here, but I could fit 2. Yeah, maybe this is. I can only
Uh,
possibly fit 1 in here. Uh, I'm trying to decide if the omitted digit from this grid has to be a 1, 2, 3, 4, which I kind of think it does. Uh, oh, I guess I know it does because we've got 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 in the grid. So yes, the 1, 2, 3, 4, the missing digit is a 1, 2, 3, 4. Uh, let's see.
hey,
Hey,
Ambrose.
Ambrose, how are you doing? Uh,
That's a good
so there
point,
are
David.
6 total 1, 2, 3, 4s in
Uh,
uh,
the David points out that these are all the same uh, high-lowity unless there's at least two fives in corners of grids. But we know they're not all of this same high-lowity because this one has all low digits and this one has all high digits. So,
hey, Shintaro.
so yes, welcome Shintaro. So that means that two of these digits are fives.
Wait, go through that last part again. I don't see why can't they all be missing the digits of the same polarity?
Because this grid is missing a high digit and this grid is missing a low digit.
Oh, I see, I see. Uh, but the you don't know where the fives are. You're being overly
Uh,
ambitious about what it is we know. But yeah, there do need to be some fives on here. Uh, but wait, this doesn't even have to be. Do I even know that because one grid is missing a high digit and one digit is missing a low digit, that means that we're missing something? Because we don't have to put any of the digits that are missing outside the grid, right? We only have to put one of the digits from either this grid or this grid outside, right?
all four of these digits are the four missing digits in the four grids.
Oh, we were told that?
Yes.
Okay, so
These four digits are different and they are the four
there's only sort
digits.
of two options, I guess, is that it's either it goes clockwise or counterclockwise, and that's what we have to decide.
Right. So David points out that one of these actually must be five, because you'd repeat a one or a nine outside.
If
If
that's true, I know which grid is missing 5. Because there's 3 grids that we know not to be missing 5.
right, this grid has five, this grid has five, and this grid has
Yeah,
5.
the one deduction about Renbon that most setters really like to use is that a length 5 Renbon has a 5. Um, so that means that this candy grid is missing 5 if we believe this
If we
statement
believe
that
David's point, which I think I do,
okay,
which means one of these two is a 5. Doesn't that mean this is a
and
1
so
or a 9?
so just to actually repeat the statement, if none of the digits on the outside are 5, then that tells us what? Just to just so that we're on the same page. So we need at least one 5 to flip the polarity, but we actually
I
need
mean,
two
it's a loop,
fives.
so we need 2. We need an even non-zero number of 5s.
Uh, yeah, it's a loop of even length, so there's an even number of 5s on it. Uh,
Uh,
and you're claiming those 5s can't all belong inside the grid because if they were all inside the grid, that would be uh,
that would repeat a 1 or a 9 outside the grid.
because we would have 3 total 1 9s at a minimum. And 3 is too many 1 9s for them to all be different. Okay, I believe you.
Yeah. So that means this is only 1 or 9. Because one of
Oh,
these is a
David points out
5.
I'm wrong when I claim that you need an even number of 5s because the 5s don't have to flip the polarity. But you still need
Oh,
at
that's
least
true.
2 because you need to flip it and flip it back. Uh,
Right. David is correct. But one of these is a 5 that flips. Shoot. One of these is a 5. And the 5 outside the grid must flip polarity.
yeah, we only have space for 2 5s, one inside the grid and one outside the grid. So our
So,
5s both flip polarity. So that's a 1 9. I agree.
and if this is 5, this is a 9, and we're off and running.
And if this is a 5, then this Renbon is extreme.
Yes. The Ambrose, the digits outside must be uh uh missing from an adjacent grid, and we know this grid is missing a 5. Uh,
Because
so
we proved a grid is missing a 5, and that's the only grid that doesn't have a 5 in it for sure. Uh, okay, so this grid that's missing a 5, uh, I guess I was thinking about like how the highs and the lows are connected, given that we have this gigantic string of things. Like that's a really long string of stuff all connected by dots. And so it's going to have to connect highs and lows just by virtue of this. And you can only switch between highs and lows with X's and black dots since you can't do it with white dots,
mhm.
is somewhat interesting. Well, there's no 5 in the candy grid at all, Isaiah, is what we have said. Uh,
And there is every other digit.
yes, there is every other digit. Uh, okay, so in this grid, sixes, I was thinking about like what does eliminating five do? It means sixes now only connect to two things. They only connect to threes and sevens, and fours connect to twos, eights, and threes. I guess it's not super restricted. Uh, oh, and fours. Sorry, Nell is right. And fours. Uh,
Yeah, so 4 also connects to 6. 4 connects to 2, 3, 6, and 8.
I guess we know this digit is either a five or it's a six, seven, eight, nine. Why don't we fill that in? Because it's either the missing grid from the candy digit or it's the missing grid from, or the missing digit from the grid over there.
Correct.
And so that means this digit now can't be lots of things. So uh,
In particular,
uh,
I
it
don't think it could be 5, 6, 7, or 8.
it could be five.
It could be 5. It can't be 6, 7, or 8.
Can't be six, seven, or eight. I agree. So this is a four, five, or a nine only, which I
So,
had hoped would be useful, but maybe was not. Uh, okay, so I guess we now need to think about the conditions under which this is each of these things. Uh, because uh, if this digit is a six, seven, eight, or nine, then this digit is a one, two, three, four because it comes from the grid below it. Uh,
which
oh,
means
let's let chat fill in this digit for us and note that this digit actually can't be six or seven anymore. Just to make that okay. This, but I want to think through the two cases of whether this digit comes from this grid, because I think it probably is powerful enough to warrant the pain. So we know the missing digit here in this grid, just to mark it, is a one, two, three, four. The missing
so
digit in this grid is a six, seven, eight, nine, and the missing digit in this grid is a five.
yeah.
Uh, so it either runs clockwise or counterclockwise. If it
So
runs
oh,
clockwise,
it can't. Wait,
then
wait, wait. This can't be 1, 2, 3, or 4. Wait. Never mind.
yeah.
I'm
So it either runs clockwise, in which case we get a one, two, three, four here, and
an 8,
a
9 here.
an eight, nine here, and
In
so
which
that would
case
force
this
that to
would
be a
have
five.
5. Or it goes counterclockwise,
Counterclockwise, in which case
in which case
that's a
this is a
five.
5, this is a 9. So this is never a 4, it's a 5 or a 9 only.
This is a five. This is a nine, and this is a. Oh, that just doesn't work. Because in that case, this is a high digit that's going next to a nine.
Uh
So this direction does not work because in this direction, this is a five.
5,
This is now forced to be a nine.
9.
And this is now forced to be a digit missing from this grid, which is a six, seven, eight, or nine. And you can't put a nine next to a six, seven, eight, or nine.
Right. So what that says is this is 5.
So yeah, so in fact it goes this way, which makes that a five, right? Which
Yeah.
makes
That's a 5, that's a 5.
yeah, and the this is my one, two, three, four. And it's a one because of that.
And
And
that's
this
a
is a
9.
nine.
And that's a
And so that's a
1.
one. Yep. And we get to do a digit dance. Uh,
Which was 5, I believe.
yes, which was five. Big C is not doing this one. He refuses. Boop-a-doop. Wah! Ba-doop-a-doop. Wah! Ba-doop-a-doop. Wee! Ba-doop-ba-doop-ba-doop-ba-doop-ba-doop-ba-doop-ba-doop. Wah-ha! Thank you, Bradicus. Thank you.
Okay, so we
So
know this
now this
5
is a 2,
flips
3 pair.
polarity, so this is a 9. This is a 7, 8 pair.
These are a 2, 3.
Right, because this grid is missing a 1.
Mm-hmm. They're just
Right,
2,
and this
3.
can't have a
There's no
4
4.
in it.
Yeah. Uh,
This is low. It is
yep.
max 4. Right, we can't flip the polarity anymore. We've run out of space to do it. So this is high. This is low.
Mm-hmm.
This is low. It's not 1.
Okay, this is the missing digit from
So this one
grid,
can't be
so it's
too
not a
big.
4 for
So this is a
sure.
6 or a 7 only. And this can't be... This also can't be too big. It can't be a 4.
This digit is not a 4 because
Yep.
it's missing from this grid. And this Renbon definitely has a 4 on it. Also, it's not close enough to 6, 7. So it can't actually... Oh, sorry, it could be a 3. 3, 7 would be fine.
Which means this can't be a 1. Otherwise, this
Yep,
has no
can't
value.
be a 1.
So this... Okay.
Oh, this can't be a 1 either because there's a different digit missing from each grid.
Ah.
And so this can't be a 2. And so this can't be a 6. Oh, wait, sorry. No, that's not true. 6, 2 would be okay. This had better have a 9 on it, right? Oh, no, it could have a 1. It has a 1 or a 9, I guess is what we know. Uh,
Well, this...
this digit we know is at most 6. So therefore, this number is at most 6.
Well, this digit isn't 1 or 9.
Correct. So
The Ren...
therefore, this digit is 1 or 9 because if we don't have a 1 or a 9 on this whisper, we can't make it work because if we omit 1 and 9 from this cell, the digits we have to work with are only the digits from... Oh, it could be exactly 2, 6. Sorry, it could be exactly 2, 6. That would be okay, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Never mind.
So, random guest, by the way, welcome random guest, points out this isn't a 5, so now this is a 5 and that's a 2. This is a 1, 3 pair.
So that's a 2.
So
And
that's
then
a
I'll let you
2 and a
index the
1
2.
and a 3.
You can do the 1, 3 below it.
Right. This is
A
just
2
a
or a
4.
4, and it's not a 2. Yeah.
And that's a 3, and that's a self-indexing 1.
It is. So we've used all our 1s, 2s, 3s. We've used all of our 5s. We've got one more 4 to shove somewhere. Uh,
Oh, did I not update the... Sorry. There we go. Okay, that's fine.
The other 9 in this grid, I think, is only in one of these two spots. This is not
Uh,
going on the Renbon, on the long Renbon. It's not going here.
right. So one of these is a 9, I agree.
One of this is a 9, yes. Uh,
Oh, disjoint rule. Uh,
yes, yes, yes. There you go. So that's a 4.
that's a 4, so that's an 8 and a 7. Ah, I was wondering how this grid was going to ultimately resolve, and it's the disjoint rule. Uh, right. That rules 8 out of here. So that's an 8. Thank you, David.
There's at least a 7 on this Renbon because at minimum this is 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So that 7, I guess, only has a handful of places it could be. It can be, I guess, 3 places, one of those 3. But in particular, that's the last 7 in the grid is in one of those places.
Right.
We should maybe also think about where we're putting 1s in this grid, because they're not going on this big Renbon.
Right.
Uh, And if they go on the little Renbon, that's exciting. Can we avoid all of those? I guess we can kind of avoid all of those if we want. Well, we certainly can't put a 1 here because of the disjoint rule, actually. We can't
Right.
put a 1 here because of the disjoint rule.
Yep.
So if we're not putting a 1 on a Renbon, the 1s go exactly here and here, which is kind of interesting and spicy. Uh, Otherwise, this is a 1-2. By this, I meant that. I realize people can't see my pointer, except for
Yep.
you. Uh,
I can't see your pointer.
oh, I guess this 4, where's the other? Oh, I guess the 4 could go here, maybe. It's a little bit annoying. Uh, oh, I think I missed this could be a 1.
Yeah. I think David is correct that one of these is definitely 1.
I don't really want to corner mark that because it'll be hard to read, but
Yeah. Yeah, let's I think Palfly, let's pencil mark this. So it's not 1, not 2, not 3. Could be
could be
4.
4.
So we do have to actually put 2 4s in this puzzle.
Could be
Uh,
5.
could be 5. Uh,
Can't be 6. Can't be 7. Can't be
can't be
8.
8.
Can't be 9. So yeah, it's only 4 or 5. The seven is because there's a seven in this grid, by the way. I was guessing someone in chat was going to ask that, because it was sort of sneaky. Uh,
Yeah, we have to put 2 4s and 2 5s in this grid. One of the 5s goes here.
mhm. I was looking for chains of these things to see if of these dots to see if I could do anything exciting with them.
Yeah, I was just
Uh,
looking at this grid as well.
I was looking for chains of three black dots potentially. Why can't we put a five in the greater than seven cage?
Oh, in fact, there is. Oh, wait, never mind. Hang on. Uh yeah, 2.
I do agree there's not a two in there.
There's not a 2 in here because that makes this exactly 2. Why is there not a 2 in here?
Because it would have to be two with six, and then that thing is not less than 10.
2 with 6. Are we just counting what digits we've used?
Yeah, we'll have used two twos and two sixes. So there is a two or six in this less than 10 cage. That is basically what David is saying.
Yeah, but we
Because,
need 2 2s in the grid and
well,
one
we've got
can't
one
go
two over
here.
here.
Yeah, but one can't go here and one can't go here. So this is the only other place for a 2.
Why can't one go here? Oh, because of that. I didn't pay attention to that.
So this just is a 2.
But Nell, if there is a two in here, it has to be two six exactly, which makes this three seven, right? And that doesn't work because three seven is not less than 10. It's slightly convoluted. I've been keeping that in my pocket for a bit, but I think it's right.
It is right.
Uh,
So this resolves all of that. And now, well, no. So 3 goes in one of these 2 places in the grid because this can't be this by disjoint. So one of these is a 3.
yeah, we certainly need a five or six in the seven cage. Yeah, annoyingly, the second five could go here is the thing that I keep coming across that I don't quite see my way around yet, Laura. Uh,
Man, I'm itching to break into this grid.
well, this cell can't be a 9. Is that exciting?
Nope.
Can't be a 7. We could start candidate marking things in this grid if you want. Because things that are on two kinds of dot are still fairly restricted, depending on what they are. Yeah, I was thinking that we might have to do a little bit of grosser than usual candidate
Okay.
marking. So let's just write in 1 through 9 and chip away into this cell.
All right. So this could be a 1, I believe.
Can't be a 2.
Can't be a 2.
Can be a 3, I think.
3.
I think it can be a 4. Can't be a 5 because there's not one in the grid. I think it can be a 6. Can't be a 7. I think it could be an 8, but it can't be a 9. Uh, it's a little complicated to see. It can't be a 9, but if it's a 9, it puts a third 1 in the grid because of where the X would be, I think. Uh,
Uh
'Cause 9 can only go on white dots into X's. And this couldn't be X because the 1 would go there. So if this was 9, you'd get a 1 there and a 1 there, but we already have a 1 down here.
right.
So I think if you want to break in this grid, I think we should do that kind of thing.
Uh
Yellow is not V. Oh, wait, is that true? If yellow is V, both of these are 2, 3.
uh Palfly says these two are pretty restricted. Palfly, I agree they can't be 1.
That's right. There is a negative constraint on dots. We should maybe keep that in mind. So yeah, so the negative constraint, sorry, I completely forgot about the negative constraint on dots. Yeah, write these in. So they can't be 2. So just start at 3, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and then we'll chip it down.
Why can't they be 2?
Because 2 has a relationship with 1, and you informed me there was a negative constraint on dots in
Right?
this box.
Right. Uh
Uh,
and they
so I
could be
think they can be
3.
3. They can't be 4. Can't be 5. They could plausibly be 6 or 7 or 8, but not 9. Now, uh, now these digits notably are on all 4 kinds of dots. So one of them is definitely a 3 because that's very cute, actually. Because one of these types of dot is a V, and you can't put 6, 7, 8 on a V. So one of these is a 3. You can corner mark it. Uh, so what does 3 go with? 3 goes with 2 on 2 sorts of dot.
Yep.
Uh, 3 goes with 4. 3 goes with 6. And 3 goes with 7, right?
But does 7 work on 2 different kinds of dot?
Uh,
Yeah.
7, 3, 8. That would work. Uh, so
Yeah, and 736.
Okay. So maybe we should think about the consequences for humanity if these various things are V. Uh, so for example, maybe here is a much easier point. Uh, if green is X or V, then these are the same digit, and it's the only time those digits appear in the puzzle. And likewise, if red is X or V, then these two are the same digit, and so they're the only two times it appears in the puzzle. Uh, so that seems worth noting. So basically now, I guess, and I think the cogito is saying the consequence of this, we have a 1 already in the grid, and we've got a 2, 3 in the grid somewhere. Uh, so now we have a lot of somewhat scary stuff. I guess this can't be V unless it's 414 exactly.
Uh,
Uh,
and two
and
three
likewise,
two
this
doesn't
can't be
work.
V if it's 232. You've now put 5 2 3s in the grid because we know there's a 2 3 V coming out of box 3.
Well, this is blowing my brain. You're the one. You've done all of the various candy puzzles. I've never done a candy puzzle.
Uh, but just this has nothing to do with candy. This is pure octoquadri. One of these is a 2 3 V. We know that. That's how we pencil marked this. And so that means there's a 2 and a 3 in the grid over in this pentomino. And so I can't make, there's only 4 2 3s in the puzzle in total. So I can't make this 2 3, and I can't make this 2 3 either. Uh, but I could do potentially 4 1 4 if
No, you can't. This
oh, I
can't be a
can't
four.
because of disjoint. Okay. So red's just not V, because it can't be 4 1 4 because of disjoint. Uh what about this? Can this be 4 1 4? I annoyingly think it can. So green could still be V, but only in that one very specific scenario, uh, as best I can tell. Uh, Yellow. Sorry, I didn't fully grasp the cogitatus point, but yellow can't be V because if yellow is V, then that's the 3 and that's the 2, and this is an undefined V. So V is not red or yellow, so it's blue or green, which means this digit is small because it's on both blue and green, and this digit is small because it's on both blue and green.
Nice.
So you can write in one, two,
So
three, four. Okay. Well, this one's not 1 because it sees a 1 by Sudoku.
right.
Uh, if green is V, do we just have too many low digits in the grid? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yes, green can't be V because we'd have 9 low digits in the grid. That's very cute.
So
Uh,
blue is V.
so blue is V, yes. So okay, that was a way simpler deduction than I have been trying to make this whole time. Apologies to Nell about that.
So this
Okay,
has
this
to have
is
a relationship
3
with
by Sudoku.
3. So it's not 7. And this isn't
7
3.
does put the 7 back. 3 and 7 add to 10.
Shoot. This
This
is
is a
not
1 or a
3.
4, so this is a 1 or a 4, but it can only be a 4 by Sudoku, so that's a 1.
That's a 1.
Uh,
Uh, Now, green is highly limited in what it can be because this can't be a 2 for multiple reasons.
yep. Uh, and so it can only be both 9s, right? Because 1 only goes with one thing any which way.
Right. Uh,
So white dot and black dot both break. And V, we already know what it is. So this is X, and those are both 9.
9. So that's an 8.
Is an 8. Okay, and so now red and
So,
yellow are white dot and black dot, right?
right. So this has to
So
have
now
a.
this can't be a 7 anymore.
So this digit
And
has to have a Kropke relationship with 4.
yep. So
So
2, 3, uh,
8.
5, and 8. Yep. Except if you look at it, that now tells me. Oh, this can't be 2 because it can't go with 6, 7, 8. So that's a 3 or an 8.
So this is. But this is X.
Yep,
So
that's X. So
so
it's got to
that's
be 3,
3, that's
7.
7. Uh
And so yellow is white dot.
dot, so that's 6.
Yep. And so now red is black dot, so that's a 4.
That's a 4. This is a 2 or an 8.
Mm-hmm.
And so this is also a 2 or an 8.
Uh, okay, what can this digit be? It's not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Uh, it can be 6 or 7. No, it can't, and it can't be 8, and it can't be 9. So it's only 6 or 7. Uh, I'm being told, oh, not 6 because 4
Not
plus 6 is
6.
10. Yep. So it's just 7. And so this is the other 6 of the grid. And this is broken by that disjoint. Okay, one grid done. Uh,
Okay, does that give us. Yes, that disambiguates this. Uh let's see.
so that places the 9 in this grid. Very cute.
Yes. That's a 9.
So this is a 3, 5 only. Because it has to go on both the Renbon and be at least 4 away from 9. I'm doing a quick scan to see if there's any way that I know whether it's 3 or 5, but I don't yet, I don't think. Uh, neither of these cells can be 4. I wonder if that's helpful. Uh, uh, and that's just because of, sorry, I lost my pen. Yep, my pen is gone. There we go. It's just because of that. And so, and we know we can't. So just by like raw candidates, we can't
Uh
use 1, 2, 3. Uh, and so we have to be using something out of 4, 5, 6. Uh, I guess, yeah, I guess you could just write 4, 5, 6. Oh, sorry. Oh, does that just mean, sorry, 3, 5, 6? I think these can only be from 3, 5, 6. I think that's the point. Uh, and we can do slightly better once we enter our Renbon or once we do our disjoint stuff. But like just as a principle, I think these can only be from 3, 5, 6. Because there's no 1 in the grid. We've got both 2s in the grid already. It can be 3. Uh, oh, chat is. Oh, okay. Yeah. No, no, no. I could. Okay. Uh, yeah. And we've used all this. Or sorry, there's a 7 in the box.
Yeah. This
We've
is the
used all
only
the
place
eights in
for
the grid.
7.
So 3, 5, 6 is, I think, correct here. And this one isn't 3 by disjoint. Just by Sudoku, the other 9 in this grid is placed, I think.
We have 2 nines in this grid.
Oh, never mind. Well, I know where the third 9 is going. How about that? Okay, in that case, there's a 5 or a 6 on this Renbon for sure. Or sorry, on this Dutch Whisper for sure. Uh,
Well,
so
this
this is a
can't be
5
5
or
or
a
6.
6. Okay, so we know where the 5 or 6 goes. Uh, I don't think I see why that one can't be 5 or 6, but I'll believe you. Oh, it can't be 5 or 6 by disjoint. Nice. Okay. And so then this other thing is a 1 or a 2. And so this also has to be a 1, 2 because you can't make a 2, 3 Renbon or we'll omit those. So now this is a 3. And 3 is the missing digit from this grid. And so therefore that is a 5. And that's a 6.
And that's an 8.
8. Beautiful. Uh, okay. These digits aren't 1 or 2 or 3. So if you just write in candidates, those can be 4, 5, or 7. I think that's it.
So this one's a 4.
Yep. Oh, there's already 2 7s in the grid, so it's just a 5, which then comes back and resolves this, which now resolves that cell.
So we need another 4 and it goes here.
Yep. And we need another 3 and it goes here. Because of this sneaky 4 run. We need another 5 and it goes here. And we need another something and it goes there.
6.
Plausible. Okay, so, oh, we've got both of our 2s. So we know there's a 1 up here, and we know where by disjoint.
And this should be a right in.
Sure should be. I think it's a
6.
6. Uh, oh, this can't be a 2 by disjoint if you want to never look at this grid
Ah,
again.
well, we are going to have to look at this grid because we have to do all of this by disjoint.
Okay, well, where's the second 3 going in this grid? Just by Sudoku, it can only go in one of these 2 places, and you know which one. Oh, sorry, there's already 2 3s in the grid. Never mind.
You almost tricked me.
Okay. Yeah, why don't you pencil 4, 6, 7, 8, 9 into the rest of the grid just
For
so that we can.
this grid is missing a 9.
Okay, 4, 6, 7, 8 then.
That's not an
Okay.
8. It's not a 7. So that's a
This
6.
isn't a 4.
It's not a 4.
Uh, this isn't a 4 by Sudoku, and it's not a 6 or 7 by disjoint, so it's an 8. Uh, this
So
isn't
that's
an
not a
8
7.
by disjoint, so that is an 8 because it's the only other place for the second 8 in the grid. Uh,
Yep, that's not a 4 for sure.
Yeah,
And it's
yeah.
not a 6 by disjoint. And that's a 7. Woo!
Da, 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 da. Very nice. I enjoyed that one a lot. I was afraid the disjoint rule was going to be a little jarring, but it was not. It was not too bad. At no point was I unhappy about the disjoint rule.
Yeah.
Uh, very very nice. Yeah, very cool idea. And some of the like ways things flowed between grids were really cool. Like the way that I forget what it was, but it bounced from this grid to this grid to that grid or something like that at the very end, and I was very happy with it. Very neat puzzle. Uh, Alrighty, we're going to take a quick break now, and we'll be back with another Octoquadri in just a moment.
Yeah, it's by Ddraig.
Excellent.
All right. Be right
See
back.
everyone shortly.
Right, we are back with this one that looks like a bit of a snack. This is standard rules. Once again, Octoquadri, we pick 8 of the digits from 1 to 9, and they go twice each in the grid. These are arrows, so these cells add to that. For example, Renbon we've done, black dots we've done, uh, and oh, Matt, are you the setter of this puzzle? Uh, yeah. So these this digit and this digit have to be the same, right?
Yep, and they have to be from 1, 2, 3. And this is from 7, 8, 9. The reason why Tristan is saying that is because if all 4 of these digits were different, they would add to at least 10. Uh, ooh, exciting. Okay, so that 1, 2, 3 doesn't appear on this black dot, interestingly enough. Now, that also does mean this is at least 7, actually, very interestingly, because if it were 6, we'd need a third of this digit, whatever it was.
Yep. And so this Renbon is fairly high.
Yep. So at lowest, it goes down to 5. So that's always our 6 or 8, going with a 3 or a 4. Uh, Interesting. Uh,
I like the interaction between this and this Renbon and this black dot.
yes. Uh,
By the way, welcome, Mehdi. Oh,
yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, that.
Ron says
How
if
many?
this is 1 or 2, then this is 1, 2, or 3. And how many
So
one,
we
two,
know there's
threes?
2 1 2 3s here. We know there's 2 1 2 3s here. That's 4 1 2 3s. That would be 5 1 2 3s
And
that we
this
know about
is
already. So this would be the last 1 2
the
3 in the
last
grid. If
1,
this is
2,
the 1 2
3.
3. Uh,
Uh, so this would be 4, 5 with a 9.
yeah. I think that just
Just
works
works.
annoyingly. Uh,
So this. So wait, was that counting this as being 1, 2, 3, or not?
no.
So this
I
would
was
be a
just counting there as
4.
being
Ah, now
no.
this is too big.
No, 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 no. I just counted there would be 2 1 2 3s on this arrow, which might or might not include that as a 3.
Got it.
Uh,
Okay, so that just barely works.
I think that just barely works. Uh, is the version of this? Let's see. I guess you could ask what's the biggest these numbers could possibly be, and I think the biggest they could possibly be is 5. If those are both ones, then we could make those. Actually, can I even do 5? 5 1 2 2 doesn't work. 5 2 1. Oh, 5 2 1 1 does work. Uh, uh, Yeah, right. These are also max 5, points out David, because I can't make this a 1 2 6 arrow. So might as well fill in 1 2 3 4 5 for those. Not for the one that's already filled in, please. That's 3 4. Okay, let's see.
So
How many 1 2 3 4 5s is that? 2 3 4 5 6 7. We get at most 10. We probably use some 1 2 3 4 5s on these arrows. Uh, Uh, so what's the minimum sum of the highlighted cells is perhaps a smart question. Uh,
2 1s, 2 2s, 2 3s, and a 4.
yeah, I guess so.
So 16, or yeah, 16.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like we're probably supposed to say something intelligible about this, but
I let's see. Let's look more at what Ron is saying. Uh if this is from 1 2 3, Ron says you need 4, 5, and 9 in the puzzle. Right. Because this would definitely be 4, 5, 9. We need 7.
yeah, 7 is definitely in the puzzle. Is the correct question to ask where the second 7 goes? So there's a few candidates, but I don't know that it's clear to me exactly where it goes.
Let's see if this is 3. Uh, then these 3 are 1 2s. Then this arrow blows up.
I didn't follow that.
If these are 3, then these must both be 1 2. This is also 1 2.
And so now I only get 1 1 2 3 on this other thing.
Uh, so this would be 4 because we've used the 3s. One of these can be a 1 2, but the other one is a 5, and we're
Yeah.
at summing to at least 10. So these aren't 3.
Yep, agree. Okay, and so now. Oh, I thought I was going to tell me
Oh, and
something.
Andrew says the easier point
Uh,
is these would both be
so
9.
this isn't 7 because 7 would be 1 2 4, and you can't do that anymore because there's a 1 2 that's not in it. So this is 7. Gorgeous.
And we get to do a 7
Uh,
dance.
we do get to do a 7 dance. Thank you, Big Z. Thank you. Hey, Chili. Uh, so now one of these two is
So
8
now,
as well.
yeah, we need an 8. So you have to put another 8 in the puzzle, which is
Uh,
going to be one of these cells. Oh, does that mean we can't have a 6?
wait, do we know we have a 9? We've got a 6 or a 9, but I don't know. Why do we know we have a 9? There's only 2 places for the 7. 3 places for the 8. Hmm.
Let's see. This is 2 of our 1-2s.
Notably, it's
Another,
the same 1-2. So the other two 1-2-3s both appear on this arrow over here.
and is the other of 1 and 2 also on this arrow? I guess
Not
we could have like 1,
necessarily.
1, 3, 5.
If this is an 8, this is definitely 1-3-4. If this is a 9, this is definitely 2-3-4. So we actually know, actually by sort of case checking, that there's definitely a 3 and a 4 over here. So this arrow is a 3 and a 4, and then either a 1 or a 2. It never has a 5. It's slightly tricky to see because if there was, but the point is, if there was a 5 on it, it would have to be 1-3-5. But the problem with 1-3-5 is it makes this a 6 and this a 9, and that combination does not work. Okay, so now, what if there's no 5 over here now? If there's no 5 over here, then I've got 7 of my 1-2-3-4s there. I'd have to have only one more 1-2-3-4 in the entire puzzle, uh, which would assuredly have to go there. Uh, that's tough, but maybe possible. Uh,
So if there's no 5 in the puzzle,
I wasn't talking about whether there was a 5 in the puzzle or not. I was talking about whether one of these two cells specifically was a 5.
well, there's definitely a
Uh,
5 in the puzzle.
okay, I want to understand Chili's point that if this is a 7, we have problems. Uh, so if that's a 7, we use both ones, which makes this a 9 with a 2-3-4. And so now we've used all the ones, twos, and threes because we've used a 2, 3 here. Yeah, so now
Oh,
both of these are
right.
four,
This just
five. And so that makes 3 9s. I agree. Okay. So this
okay,
is
so
not the
that's not a
7.
7. This isn't a 1 or a 2, because, well, this isn't a 1-2 Renbon for sure because
Correct.
of that.
Yes. So this is not a
Which
1,
this
is what you're
means,
saying.
and this is not a 1.
That's not a 1 as well. Agree. Now there's only 2 spots the other 7 could be in the grid, which is there and there. Uh, the other 7 going here seems incredibly challenging, but maybe possible. Can we rule that out? So if the other 7 is there, then we know this is a 2, 3, 9, for example.
Let's see, this would have to
Oh,
be
we don't. Right. Okay, yeah, I see the problem. Yeah, the if this is a 7, both of these are 1, 2, but that's too many 1 2s because now we've got 1, 2, 3 1 2s, plus
we've got four
a
one
1 2
twos.
here, plus a 1 2. I was counting it differently, but that's fine. Plus a 1 2 over there. So yeah, so that doesn't work. So that's not the 7. So this just is 7. Okay, so
So this is max 5 and min what? 3?
I don't want to argue that that's not a 1 or a 2 unless we have to. But I agree it's not a 6. Uh,
No, 1 and 2 are gone between these cells.
that's not true. Uh,
Well, one of them is just completely gone here. Hmm.
oh, okay, maybe no. I think you're actually right. I think there are 3 1 2. Oh no, we don't know there's 3 1 2s. Right. The we could do 1 1 3 4. We could still do. So yeah, we only know we've used 2 1 2s over here. We've used at least 1 1 2 over here. That could still leave 1 1 2. Uh, yeah. So the we don't know that we've used all the 1 2s. We very well might have. Uh, Now, if this is 7, 8, 9, that makes these digits an 8, 9 pair, but I don't know if that's really a problem. Uh, yeah, that's exactly the one case you were missing, Ron, is the 3, 4 there is the way that we sort of sneak by. Uh, okay, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cells now that we know are from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 at least. Uh, okay, we now know if we count those cells, that's 8 cells. Oh, I was gonna say, so we know that they can't be 1, 2, 3, 4, but maybe they could just get away with being 1, 2, 3, 4 if there were no more 1, 2, 3, 4s in the puzzle. Somewhat annoyingly. This is tricksy for a 4x4. I'm impressed with this construction. Um, I guess we now know that whatever this 8, 9 is, it's in one of these two cells. So if this is a 9, then that's also a 9, is one thing we know. Uh, if it's an 8, then that's where we get the two options sort of floating around. I guess we know this digit's at most 6. 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So that's 10 digits that are at most 6 in the grid. So if this is a 6, then this also needs to be from 1 through 6, because there's an even number of digits from 1 through 6 in the grid. So that's weird, but it's true that if this, I think it's true
Oh
that if
yeah,
this is
this
6, that it makes this also be from 1 through 6.
yeah, this being 6 breaks the bank. Because now this is a 1, so these can't be 1s.
Yep, that doesn't work.
So
Yep.
we get 2, 2, 5, and something else. So that's
This,
not a 6, so that isn't a 1.
yeah. Okay, so now if I go back to only counting ones that are between 1 and 5, it's those, and that is 8. No, that's 9. Okay, so all of between 1 and 5 are in the puzzle, because that's 9 total digits between 1 and 5. So there's only one more digit in the entire puzzle that's between 1 and 5.
And it's this
It's
one.
probably, I mean, could be. Uh,
Well, if it's
but
not, then this is a 6 and this is less than 6.
that would be a problem. I agree. I agree with your logic. That yeah, it's so it's that one. Okay, so now everything else. So you can just write in. Yeah, this is
So this
6,
is
7,
only
8, 9.
6. No,
Uh,
sorry. It's 6, 8,
it's
9.
certainly 6, 8, 9. Okay, and so now what's the missing digit is the question. Uh, the missing digit we know isn't 8, so the missing digit is 6 or 9.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
So if we try not to have any 9s, that's going to be real rough. That makes these both 8.
oh, we have a funny thing going on where we can actually sum all of these by summing the arrows. So these cells, that is all except one of those, what's their sum? So it's this 8, 9 arrow plus this 7 plus this other 8, 9 arrow. But what also is the sum of those? That would be 30 minus this digit is the sum. So 30 minus this digit equals, it's at most, uh, if this is 7 plus 9, that would be 25. Oh, so this is a 5 and those are both 9s, I think is how this works out. Double check my math.
You're going to have to explain to me what you did.
So all of these cells, that's two sets of the digits from 1 through 5. So they all sum to 30.
Okay.
On the other hand, just throw this one out and now sum this arrow, and this arrow. Those sum to this plus this plus this. What's the maximum that could possibly be? The maximum that could possibly be is 25. Uh, I did
Yes.
not count this twice because I didn't use this arrow, David. Uh, so the maximum that this could possibly be is 7 plus 9 plus 9,
Yeah.
which is 25. And so the minimum that this can be is 30 minus 25, which is 5,
5.
which
So
means
that
that
is a
digit is a
5.
5, and those are both 9s.
9,
What a
9.
payoff.
That's an
Yeah, I agree. If
8.
I was explaining that, I would have colored stuff.
Now we can't have 2 6s, so that's an 8. This is a 3. This is a 4.
Uh,
Uh,
I maximized the sum of these 3 cells. And the maximum that these could sum to was 7 plus 9 plus 9. And therefore, the minimum that the thing I took away from was that. That was very clever
it's a 2
setting.
3 pair. Now these are both 1s.
Uh,
Uh, we
okay,
need
we've used
another.
all the 3s in the puzzle.
We
So
need
that's got to be
another
a 5.
5 in the puzzle, and it's one of
This is
these.
5 because we've used all the 3s in the puzzle. There's a 3
Yes.
here and a 2 3 pair over here. And now we can do math.
Uh, so that's wait.
No. Hopefully it's a 2, which
Yeah,
it is.
it's a 2.
Okay.
Nice.
Do you want to explain this what we did there a little more carefully? So if you highlight the relevant cells and colors.
Should I go back?
I think it's totally fine. You could do it on this board and just say we know immediately that the sum of these cells, so give these a color, including the other one.
Oh, including this?
Yeah. So the green cells we knew summed to 30 because it was exactly 2 sets of the digits 1 through 5. Yeah,
Yep.
very awesome setting there. Okay. Now, on the other hand, highlight the relevant arrows. So, like maybe use the line tool here and here and here. And so those arrows, their sum is the sum of these 3 things.
Yep.
So make those blue or something. And so what we did was to say blue plus this digit is equal to 30. And so that digit, given that blue was maxed at 25, that digit needed to be a 5. It was the only thing it could be to make that work out.
Yes. Which is awesome.
Yes, yes. That all came together very, very nicely in terms of putting all of these little pieces together in this little sliding block puzzle.
That's exactly the amount of math I want in my puzzles.
Yes, agree. Alrighty, we can do at least one Andrew Sarkis puzzle, probably not more than one, but we can start one.
Is Andrew still here? Otherwise, I will ping Andrew.
He is here.
S cells, doublers, and vampires. Oh my. Oh, good grief.
There's scrolling. Okay, I needed to actually see that. I guess I can pull it up on my screen so I can actually see what the rules say.
I am going to have to pull it up on my screen as well.
Okay, fill the grids with 8 digits chosen from 0 to 9, such that no digits repeat in a row, column, or box. Each digit must appear 4 halves times, i.e. occupy 4 halves cells. The Schrodinger cells only count as 1/2. Uh, So then it explains the different ways to add to 2 using 1/2 and 1. Uh, one cell in each row column box is a doubler. No two contain the same digit. So each row column or box is a vampire. No two contains the same digit. One cell in each row column is a Schrodinger cell. Digits or pairs can occur in multiple Schrodinger cells. Modifiers do not overlap. The doubler, vampire, and S cell must be 3 distinct cells.
Oh, sorry,
Uh,
link.
in addition to modifiers, some cells will become prey cells due to being drained by vampires. The value of a prey cell is transferred to the vampire, which preys upon it, leaving the prey cell with a value of 0. For clarity, the following terminology will be used. The initial value is the value of a cell prior to being drained by a vampire. The final value, 0 for prey cells, otherwise, same as initial value for non-prey. For vampires, preys upon one of the up to 8 surrounding cells. Cannot prey on another vampire. No two vampires prey on the same cell. Value is its own digit plus the initial value of its prey. The doubler, its initial value is twice its
Its
digit.
digit.
I don't think these rules are correct because of the thing, but I think I know what they mean. Because I don't think the final value is 0 for prey cells and otherwise the same as its initial value for non-prey. I don't think that's correct.
Well, non-prey,
Uh,
non-vampire, I think is.
non-prey, non-vampire, non-doubler.
Yeah,
Uh,
non-Schrodinger.
uh, for Schrodinger cells, the digits are a coordinate pair. I don't think I'm going to do the other 3 cells in this pack, but I will try and do the first one in this pack. The digits are a coordinate pair with C bigger than R. The RC pair must be coordinates of another cell inside the grid at row R and column C. The above implies that the SL digits are limited to 1, 2, 3, 4. An SL cannot reference. See the subsection B, C below on circular dependencies. Initial value is the same as the final value of the referenced cell. S cells are not allowed to self-reference, nor may they create circular dependencies by referring to each other in a loop. They can, however, reference other S cells as long as no loops are created. Note that circular dependencies involving vampires also must be avoided. For example, an S cell which references the same vampire cell is this. Okay. The number in the upper left corner of each cell gives the cell's final value. Oh boy. Okay.
Good grief.
Uh, okay. So, yeah, let's see. So, I think maybe the odd sums can't be doublers. Uh,
I, I, my brain can't even handle this.
I think we should give it a try and spend 10 minutes on this, and then if not, just give up and do a different puzzle. Because this sounds like actual intentional torture. Uh, I kind of think the zeros have to be prey cells, but there's enough going on
Couldn't
that I'm not 100% sure.
couldn't
Uh,
the zeros be Schrodinger cells that reference prey cells?
uh, except that, as David points out, there have to be four prey cells in the grid, and there are only four zeros in the grid, I think. Uh, uh, so I think we can mark those as prey cells, hopefully.
Okay, what's our color for prey?
Gray, because they've been drained, you see. Okay, but being prey is unrelated to being any of the other things, because things can be both prey and anything else. Uh, but if you think about doublers, uh, I know one of these two is a doubler, so I know one of these two is a doubler, and I know one of these two is a doubler, and one of these two is a doubler for what it's worth. Uh,
Incorrect, David, because vampires can prey diagonally.
and isn't this a Taurus? Can't
Is
this
it?
even prey? Can't this even prey on this? I think that was in there, wasn't it? I think it was. Uh, so I think this can also. Oh, it's not. It's not a Taurus. Okay, it's not a Taurus. Uh, I thought it was a Taurus.
I was
Uh,
like, I don't remember that rule.
uh, okay, so
And modifiers don't overlap.
except for being prey does overlap with other things.
Right, but that's not
It's not a modifier, right? So yeah, you can draw like a blood red line between one of these two because I agree with David. One of these two has to be the vampire in column 4 because it has to prey on this. But don't you chain adding a bunch of things together if you have a string of S cells that reference each other, David? Like I think you can end up summing like four different cells as long as the S cell, some of which can, or as many of which wish to be doubled as can be, because of the like weird S cell indexing thing. Uh, as long as you don't make a loop. Uh, oh, maybe they don't add because it says the initial value is the same as the final value of the referenced cell. Okay.
yeah, Schrodinger cell's value has nothing to do with the digits that are in the cell.
Yeah, so even if there is a like cascading loop, it doesn't get the thing bigger.
Yeah, let me draw sort of a line around the region that S cells can reference. So, sorry. So
It's
it's
this, right?
oh column. No, column is greater than row.
Oh, right, right, right.
So it's this.
So I think maybe the S cell in row 4 has to be this one, because if it were anything else, then it would need to have a value equal to one of those 6 things, and it doesn't. Does that seem plausible? So this is an S cell, at least. You could mark it with its little like pink circle or whatever. And fill in 1, 2, 3, 4 at least. Uh,
I am just completely lost. I have to.
so so what are the ways that something can end up being bigger? It can get doubled. It can be a vampire. Are there any other ways that a cell can end up being bigger? I don't think so, right? Or it can
Uh,
reference a cell. I guess it could be an S cell that
it can be
references
a
a cell.
yeah.
Uh, so I think that means that David is correct that this has to be both a vampire. This has to be a vampire referencing a doubler, I think, the 26. Uh, because I think if we don't do both of those, if we don't both vampire something and double something, I don't think we can get to 26. Row 4, column 3 is the S cell because we need an S cell in row 4. And the S cell in row 4 needs to reference uh, one of these 6 cells up here. And if it references, uh, if it was, say, this cell referencing one of those, then the cell it referenced would have a value of 8. And there just isn't a cell of value 8 up here, is my understanding. Um, but I think we just cut our losses and move on to the next puzzle. Uh, because this is too much of a mess, I
Yeah,
think.
with
Uh,
apologies to Andrew, I just have no desire to do this puzzle.
I won't give apologies, but I have no desire to do this puzzle. And I don't suspect Andrew suspected that we would have a desire to do this puzzle. Uh, so yeah, pass. Uh,
And the other ones are not particularly nicer.
no, I think the others. Andrew said this was this was the easy intro one. I will let others who wish to inflict this upon themselves do so. Uh,
Right.
uh,
Which means we move on to Chili's pack.
let's see. Uh, I've done plenty of crazy Andrew puzzles, but this is beyond my personal tolerance for crazy Andrew puzzles. And I say that as someone who put in a Blue Ultra as one of my puzzles of the year for the year it came out, but somehow this is an order of magnitude more than that. Uh, okay, let's look at this. Uh, choose 8 digits from 0 to 9. Place these twice each in the grid so that they. I can't read the rest of it.
Yeah, give me a
Uh,
minute.
says they do not repeat in a row column or 2 by 2 box. Digits on a thermo must increase from the bulb end. The sum of digits in a blue rectangle must be a square. Oh, interesting. Okay. Uh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so this is an 8 long thermometer. So the thermometer has one of each digit in the entire grid in it. And we can good lift it with 2 degrees of freedom. 0, honey.
Oh, sorry.
So 0, 1, 2.
I uh hang on.
Can't you just hit the button?
No, I am not set up to. Oh, ugh. Uh, yeah. So,
I mean, there's
okay.
literally there's a physical button there. You can do it. And so then the rest of the ones along the thermo conveniently can't be 0. 2, 3, 4, 3, 4, 5, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Good lifting accomplished. Uh, okay. Uh, I'm curious if we could just rule out zeros by noticing where zeros could possibly go, but maybe not.
This
Uh,
has to sum to 9.
unless it's 4 plus 0.
Ah, okay. So, but this still has very limited options.
I agree with that statement, yes.
So it's 0, uh, or 3, 4, or 5.
Okay, so keep in mind that because this thermometer is a region, also everything else is a region. So everything shows up once on the big thermometer and once off the big thermometer. And so in particular, this digit, where does it show up? Off the big thermometer, only here, right? So
Yeah,
those two can be thingied.
they're just 0.
Yes. I was going to say could be catch up, but if you want to just jump straight to the fact that there's 0, you can do that as well.
And now I don't have to worry about putting 0 into the puzzle.
Boop 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 woo boop 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 woo boop 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 woo ba-doop boo-doop ba-doop boo-ba-doop boo-doop boop boo-doop boo. Waha! Thank you, Mr. Penguin Sponge.
So
Yes,
that's
now.
a 4, 3, 2, 1.
Mm-hmm. Uh,
Now we need another 1 in the puzzle, and it can only go here.
agree.
I took a moment to make sure I believed myself, but I did believe myself.
So this can only be 3 or 8, and it can't be 8.
Right, so that's a 3.
Uh, and so this is now a naked 2, just by thermometer stuff. Uh, okay, 4
We
needs to
do
show up off the thermometer, and it can't off the big thermometer, and it can't go there. Uh, wait, why did I think it couldn't
why?
go there? Never mind. Sorry. I thought that thermometer went the other way. Uh, so I guess it goes there or
I mean, this
there.
could easily be 4, 5.
Uh, okay. This is the biggest digit in the puzzle, so we know where it goes off the thermometer. Why don't we catch up it?
Oh, here?
Mm-hmm.
So this isn't 4, 5.
It is not 4, 5. I agree. Uh,
So this must add to 16.
or 9. Oh no, it can add to 9. You're right. Yeah, you can't add to 9, so it at least adds to 16. Yeah. So
Well, it adds to
So then
exactly
it's got to be
16.
7, 9. Okay, so
Now
you can
7 has to
also
show
fill
up
in this
on the
9.
big thermometer, so it's there.
Yep,
And 9 has to show up on the big thermometer.
that's an 8 now by thermos.
It's an 8.
The other 8's going
And
to show up here.
that is a
4.
4.
Very nice.
Excellent.
Uh,
That was an introduction to the square puzzle pack.
nice, nice. I like the squares. I'm a number theorist, so I suppose I'm obligated to. Square one, square wheel, square deal, and square meal, I see are the titles. Okay, so for all of these, are we choosing between 0 and 9? Okay, we're always choosing between 0 and 9. Okay. Okay, so the entire sum of the grid is 88. Oops. Which is interesting. I've seen the square sum rule before. It's possible I saw it on an old Andrew puzzle.
So the sum of the digits in the puzzle is 44.
Yep. So we're only missing 0 and 1. So there are no 0 1s to be found. And are these region sum line arrow things?
Yes. They are standard region sum lines. And these are standard crop key pairs.
Okay, well, we can at least write in that every digit is from 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So that's not too bad. Yeah, we can't make 4. I agree. So the squares only add to 9 or 16. And there's only one way for them to add to 16. There are lots of ways for them to add to 9.
So this can't add to 16 because of that, so this is a 9.
Yes, very nice, very nice. Ditto the other one that can't add to 16.
And now this does add to 16.
That does add to 16. That's right.
But we get to do a 9 dance.
Thank you, Big Z. Thank you. Okay. So I guess this is 6 or 8. This now does add to, oh, right. We already even marked that that adds to 9. Never mind.
Yeah, this is 2, 5, or 3, 4.
And this sum is either 4, 5, or 3, 6. Where's the other 7 in the grid? It's in one of these two cells only, I think.
Is that true?
I think it's true. Where else can it go?
Yeah. This is a cage.
Yeah, can't repeat in the killer cage. We've already sort of marked it, so it's going to go in one of these two.
And going in here would necessitate a third 9.
Yes. Let's see if this is a 7. The sum of these is meant to be what? It's 22 minus 9 is 13.
13. So this being 8 is extremely restrictive.
It is, although I'm not sure if it is restrictive enough.
Doesn't that just make these two 3 if it's 8?
Yep, it does. I think you're correct, David. I do think that there is a weird overlap on uh these things because of the fact that they're
So
going
does
to
that make
have.
like a virtual 4-5 pair here or something? Or virtual 3-4 pair? I'm not sure.
Unfortunately, I'm not sure there's anything that sees them both. Uh uh
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I think the thing that's true is. Oh, not quite. I was gonna say I think that this digit is in here, but not quite, because they could be 2, 5, and 3, 6. Uh, so
I
maybe they
will
don't need to both
say
have 4 and 5.
these can't be the same sum to 9, or it breaks this.
And this one's also 3, 4, 5, 6, right?
Mm-hmm. So these are two different sums to 9.
If they were the same sum to 9, it would
You
break
couldn't make a
that
sum of 7.
because you could use neither 3, or you could either not use 3 or not use 5, and that would break. Yep, so I agree. So those are different sums. So that is a 3, 4, 5, 6 quadruple.
Mm-hmm. So this
Uh,
is every use of 3, 4, 5, 6. Uh, and this either has both other 3-4s or the other 5.
so there's a weird thing going on where, like, if this is 4, 5, then this is 3, 6, and that's automatically an 8. That I think means something like that this maybe isn't a 6 or something, but I don't know if it's worth sort of immediately diving too deep into.
Well, it isn't a
I mean, I guess
6.
just in
That's
no instance is
absolutely
this
true.
is a 6, because of the fact that if that's a 6, the thing next to it is an 8, and they already summed it too much. So this digit is not a 3 because it definitely sees the 3 in that 3, 4, 5, 6 quadruple. If you want the tiniest deduction ever.
That's cute. So no
Uh,
3, so no 4 here. I mean, it's a
correct.
thing.
It's not technically nothing. Uh, Also, this cell can't be 6 if you want to just pencil mark it with the other digits. Uh, 3, 4, 5, 8. I think are the only things it can be.
Can't be a 2.
Oh, 2. Sorry, 2. Let's not forget about 2. Speaking of 8s, we do have to be careful about the fact that there has to be an 8 in the puzzle somewhere. 2 of them, in fact. Uh,
Ron says,
Chili
uh-oh.
says we're wrong about the 3, 4, 5, 6 quad.
Well, I think the fact that this is a 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, how do
It's
we
not
make
2,
these?
7.
And 1 isn't in the puzzle. Why is it not 2, 7?
Because
Oh,
there's 2
because
7s in the
there's.
grid already.
But
Oh, this one. Maybe the thing we actually need to corner mark is my claim that one of those two is 7, because actually this could be 2, 7. Uh, yeah, right. Okay. Got it. Got it. Okay. Uh,
Yeah, but I think our reasoning that this square wasn't 2, 7 was bogus. I
yes.
remember what I said about it, and it's completely not true.
Yes. Tragic. Uh,
Right. This.
yeah, this can't be a 2, and it can't be a 3.
Right. This is minimum 5.
Hmm.
So this is minimum 4. Yeah.
And so you can knock out the other 2 digits from the other cell if you want.
6 and 7.
That can't be a 4.
Ah, that's cute.
Because if it was a 4, you'd put 2 5s in the box.
Yep.
So the
That's not a
thing next,
5.
oh no, the
And
thing next it could be a 5
yeah.
potentially. Yeah, it's a 5 going with a 6 and a 3. No, it can't. It can't. Because of the fact that if that's a 5, you put a 2 3 pair in the bottom. You put 2 3s in row 4. If this is a 5, that's a 6.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah,
Yep.
that does work. The 6 doesn't work there either. Because if that's a 6, then these are 2 4, and this is 5 or 7 with a 2 or a 4 down here.
Wow. So this isn't 5 anymore.
This is not 5 anymore, correct? So now there's definitely a 7 in one of those 2 cells. And I guess we could contemplate what their sum is, because their sum is either 15, uh,
In which case these sum to 7.
yep.
These also sum. Nah, these sum to 7. So these can't sum to 7.
Ah, yes, 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 correct.
So this is just fixed. This is 7. And that's 6.
Okay. And so the thing below it is a 3.
So that's not 3, so that's not 4.
And do those two sum to 9 now?
These sum to
These two?
13, so these sum to 9. Yep. So this is
So
4,
that can't be a
5,
2.
or yeah, it's so this is a 4, 5 pair.
Yep. So that is a 2 or a 3.
Yep. Oh, if this is 4, 5, do we have trouble uh filling this?
I mean, that just is 2 5. You could just write it in. It's the only option.
Oh.
I
Okay,
didn't
so
see it
we've
until you asked, but it was a good spot. Yeah. So now we've used all the 5s.
so
So
that's 3, 6. That is an 8, and now we have to do that.
yep. And now you can fill in these.
And now these are the same digit.
Oh, these two sum to 10, so that's an 8.
And this is our other something. 4.
Da 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 da. Very nice. That one really collapsed all at once from the slow process of comprehending it.
That was very cool. That was very cool.
square deal next. Okay, I need to know what the lines are.
Yeah, give me a second, honey.
I'll pull it up.
Okay.
Napner lines.
Yep. And this is less than its orthogonal neighbors.
I see.
Non-Nabner lines, any two digits on a Nabner line have a difference of at least 2.
So this certainly sums to 4 or 9.
Mm-hmm.
If it does sum to 4,
We
then
can sum the grid again.
uh,
What David says, we're missing
yeah.
digits that sum to 15.
Oh, this could be 0, 4. Sorry, I was forgetting about the 0, 4 option because this is the first time we have to actually think about 0. Uh,
But we need all of 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
yep. And so that's 12 digits we have to put into the.
Oh, 0 plus 1 can work.
Uh,
Good
oh,
call.
yeah, good point. Yeah, 0 plus 1. It's a hell of a square. Um, this digit doesn't repeat on this Nabner because it's consecutive with that digit. That is my profound deduction of the day. Uh,
Handy.
I thought you would be impressed. Uh, uh, so we either have 7 and 8 or 6 and 9 in the grid. 7 and 8 can't go together on a Nabner, but they also can't go together in a 15 cage. So it is true that each 15 cage, so we have two digits. Maybe you should think about it the other way. We have two digits in the grid that sum to 15, either
Yeah.
6 and 9 or 7 and 8. Each box has, or each cage has one of them because you can't put both of them in a cage. Unless I guess that cage was this one. This cage could have two of them if that was a 0. Annoyingly, and if this was a 0 and these were 6, 9, then this cage could have two of them, and that is annoying. So almost correct. Uh, except for 0. Curse you, 0.
Right.
Uh,
And it's been pointed out that this can't sum to 1 or this breaks.
that is a problem. The other one can't sum to 1 either. Oh, sorry, no, it's 14, not 16.
The other one can't sum to 1 because it's on
Oh
an
yeah, because
Abner.
it's on an Abner. Yeah, how about that? Okay, so is there a problem with the hypothesis that there is one of these 6, 7, 8, 9 in each of these boxes? Uh, because it feels like that's sort of a good thing to start. Boy, I wish this could not be 0. And the fact that that could be 0 really throws everything off. I mean, I guess here's a silly observation that I maybe should have made right
But doesn't
away.
that
There's
isn't
only
that
two
not
ways that
true
this
because
15 cage works, which is that it has a 0 in it or it doesn't have a 0 in it. If it doesn't have a 0 in it, then this would have to be 1, 3, 5, in which case this breaks. Oh no, it could be 5 and 4. Never mind, sorry. What were you saying, honey?
Isn't the whole we have one of these in each cage not true because this cage could absorb two of them?
That's exactly what I was been saying. Is the only way we don't do that is that this is 069 in some order. In fact, it would have to be 096 in exactly that order. So I retracted that on the case that this could exactly be 0 with 9 and 6, and it would have to go 9 and 6 in that order. Uh,
Because of the crop key?
yeah. Uh, but yeah, if there's no 0 in this 15 cage, these are 1, 3, 5. Uh, and then these are 2, 4. And so it would have to be 4 and 5. Yeah, the Nabner prevent 078 is what I was saying. Yeah, the uh
Yeah, I just wasn't clear on the 6 9 having to be in a particular order.
yeah, it's because we can't have both 8 and 9 in the puzzle. I guess any digit that's on a white dot is definitely not 9. That is a deduction that we can make. Uh and it could only be 8 if they were 7, 8 exactly. Uh
Ron, we can't have 9 8 on a crop key because uh by math we can't have 9 and 8 in the puzzle.
okay, the 096 thing is irksome. Uh 9 is kind of a freebie for Nabners, I suppose. If there's no, maybe we should ask, what if there's no 0 on this Nabner? If there's no 0 on this Nabner, it sums to too much. Because the minimum this can sum to is 1357, and 1357 is 16, right?
Yeah, so there must be a 0 on that Nabner.
So yeah, so you can mark a 0 on the Nabner. So there's no 1 on it. So can we corner mark the 0? And so then we have 3 numbers that uh, add to 15 that don't include a 1 and aren't consecutive. 246 is already 12 for what it's worth. Is there some reason why this can't be a 1? Because it sort of looks like this is trying to push 0 into this cell by ruling it off the white dots, but I don't see why it's ruled off the white dots yet. Uh, that's a cute observation, David. This cell is at most 5 because of the fact that there's 2 high digits missing. And if this was a 5, these would both be high.
So this adds to 4 or 9 only.
Can I have
These
a 1 in the 3-cell box at all? I kind of think I can't have a 1 in the 3-cell box at all. Because if
then
I
you
have
need
a
two digits
1,
that
but
add
it
to
needs to go with 2 digits that add to 14, I guess they would have to be 5 and 9. I guess 5 and 9 would just work. Uh, yeah, it would have to be 5 and 9 because we couldn't use 6, 8. Uh, wouldn't work. Okay. I was very excited. I thought that was going to be it, but I don't think that's it. Yeah, exactly, David. Uh, okay. I kind of want to try the two options for this that have a zero in them and see if they actually work. So one of them would be 0, 4, in which case we'd be looking for a way to sum to 11, uh, which could be 2, 9, couldn't be 3, 8, 4, 7, or 5, 6. So if there is a 0 in here with a 4, the out digits are 2, 9.
David says this actually can't be 9. So maybe we should be trying to break that.
Well, if it's 0, 9, then the others can't be 4, 5 for sure, and they can't be 1, 8, and they can't be 2, 7. Uh, Wait, why am I adding
Wait,
to
what?
9?
What? Yeah, you should be
Sorry.
adding to
Uh,
6.
should be adding to 6, yeah. So if this is 0, 9, then we would have to do 2, 4.
Yeah, which
So
works.
2409 is one option. Didn't it work out to be 2409 either way? Uh, it's possible that this cage is always 2409. Uh, but I could be wrong. Uh,
Oh, if this is 0, 4.
yeah, so it can't be 1, 3. So if this sums to 4, it's 0, 4, and then I need the other things to sum to 11, and the only thing that works is 2, 9.
So Chad is saying this must be 0, 4 or 0, 9.
Okay, I'm willing to entertain this. So
So if we
if
have a so if we have a 0,
mm-hmm.
this adds
0
to
plus
4 or 9.
4,
That
that doesn't
extremely
work.
restricts what the other digit is.
So I agree with you that 0, 0, 4 would put an 11 down there, and that doesn't work. 0, 9 would put a 6 down there. Uh,
But then how are you adding to 9?
yeah, so then we're not doing 4, 5, 3, 6, or 2, 7, and we can't do 1, 8. Yep, okay, I agree. So yeah, so the 0 is definitely in the cage.
So
0, 4, 9. And now that we know that, I think now we know that it's always these are always 2, 4, 9. Because if it's 0, 9, then we need those outies to be 2, 4. And if it's 0, 4, then we need the outies to be 2, 9. So we actually always get that this is 0. Okay, and this is never 9. Ah, that's the point. Neither of these is ever 9. That was why the dots were there. Got it,
got
got
it.
it, got
So
it. Okay,
this
yeah,
is
I should
0,
have seen that
9.
before. Yeah, yeah, I should have seen that before. Yep. These are 1, 3, 5.
So in particular, this can't be too big.
Yeah, that was a very good use of the white dots.
Which these both can't be too big. But we have
Yes,
to
and so
get
now,
up to 15.
right, and so now, now we do know there's a 6 or a 9 in each cage because we said the only way there wasn't exactly 1, 6, or 9 in each cage was this option where this went exactly 9 here and 6 here, but now this isn't a 6. So that's the 6, 9 in that cage.
Yeah, but can it be 6?
6
No.
with 2 digits they add to 11 and they don't. Yeah, so it's got to be the 9, which is disappointing. So now each other cage has a 6 in it somewhere.
Yeah, and we also get to do a 9 dance?
Oh, we do. Boop, 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 boop. Woo! Boop, 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 boop. Woo! Boop, 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 woo! Ba-doop, boo-doop, ba-doop, boo-doop, boo-doop, boop, boo-doop, waha! Thank you, Big C. Thank you. Thank you,
And
Zach, over there
Zach.
as well.
We haven't been thanking Zach. He feels very neglected.
Well, you're the one who's supposed to be thanking Zach. You're the one who's helping him. Uh, so this digit's odd because math. In fact, I think it's only a 1 or a 5. And this one isn't a 3. Uh, both of these remaining cages have 6s in them. Uh, which I wish was more useful. Okay, so it's 6 and 3 digits that add to 9 in the one case, and 6 and 4 digits that add to 9 in the other. So this is where the last 0 goes, because we need 4 digits that add to 9 in here.
Mhm.
So there's no 0 in here. So this is a real honest to goodness 15 cage. So we can
That's
use the
not
real
0.
honest to goodness killer calculator. Yep.
So,
So can you pull up this killer cage options for sums to 15? For this one? Okay, so cross out all the ones that have, oh crap, we can't cross out all the ones that have consecutive digits. But it does have a 6 in it, remember, so you can green that one. Yeah, so this is either, okay, 2, 3, 4. It doesn't work. That's
because these would,
disgusting.
because this would always have 2
uh,
consecutive
that
digits on
is
it, and 2, 3, 4,
correct.
6.
And so those would no, it wouldn't always have consecutive digits. It's not that. It's that if these were 2, 3, 4, the 3 would need to be the one that went up here. Uh, because you couldn't put the 3 down here, but now you're putting the 2 and the 4 down here and it clashes with that.
Yeah, but you still, anyway. Uh,
Yeah, so the point is that this is 6, 1, 3, 5. And we know this is 5 or 6 because you can't have both 5 and 6 on the lower thing. And so therefore this is, the options that go with that. Uh,
no
yeah,
7 in the puzzle.
there's no 7 in the puzzle, and there's certainly no 7 in this. Good night, Kinnison. Hope you're doing well. Uh, that's all the ones and fives for the puzzle, right? Right. So yeah, so if there's no more ones, then this is a
So this is a 5.
yeah. So this is 0, 2, 3, 4, 6.
Right, and no 0 here.
Okay, and you can fill in the rest of the cage. 0, 2, 3, 4, 6.
And we have to worry about. Oh, is there no way to make this add to 9 now?
Why
I
can't it
think
be 3, 6? Maybe that eventually breaks if you yeah, there's
but
no
there's no
2 in
2
there.
in it.
I agree with that.
This isn't 4.
All right. This isn't 3 either. Because if that's 3, it makes both of these digits 6.
And it's not 6 because one of these is 6.
Yep. And 0 goes with 4. 4 is bigger than 1.
Uh, nice.
Ta-da!
Yeah, these have been like toothy and then they collapse all at once.
Yes, yes. Very, very, very clever set here.
Shall we finish the set?
Sure.
Then that's probably going to do it for stream.
Yes.
It's called square meal. Oh, square root.
What are the circles?
One moment, please. Uh, okay. Uh, digits in a circle count all of the digits in the surrounding 3 by 3 cells, including themselves, that are adjacent digits to digits that do not appear in the grid.
Oh boy.
And this is a parity line.
Uh,
And yes, these are max cells and they are circles.
it says in the 3 by 3 of cells, so I think they can go up to 9. Oh, I see. These outer circles. I see. The outer circles only count 4 cells. I see. I see. Uh, yes. So they are biggish small digits.
Right. So,
So 2, 3, 4.
yep.
Uh, and if it's a 2, it's lying. Because if it's a 2, then 0, 1, and then it's next to 0 and 1. And those are things. Because these are maximum cells, David. And so there need to be 2 smaller digits. But if it's a 2, it's next to 0 and 1, and then there aren't 2 digits that are consecutive with one of the digits that's missing. Oh, wait, sorry. No, the missing digit could be 3. Sorry, I miscounted.
Uh,
Uh, you know by being able to see these invisible greater than signs that are here. The greater than signs did disappear, but that's because fortress clues are always terrible graphically. Uh, I do not see them, but okay. These are just fortress clues. I immediately orange fortress clues when I'm solving puzzles because the symbols are invisible. Uh,
sure, we can orange them.
uh, but yeah, if it's a two, then the missing digit is a three. Uh,
And then this is also adjacent to 3, so this would be 4.
yes.
I suppose Ron points out that they were already differently colored. They were gray.
Yeah, but gray doesn't really tell you what it is because both mins and maxes are gray. So I color maxes orange and mins blue. Uh,
Or, yeah, sorry, or it's adjacent to the other missing digit. So, yes, these can just get away with being 2.
Although it'd be quite restrictive, I suppose, but it's possible.
It does force one of the missing digits to be 3. Man,
So it's interesting, though. We can actually just sort of mark in the grid whether things are or are not adjacent to a missing digit. Uh, if this is a four, of course, all of these are adjacent to a missing digit. If this is a three, do we know which one is not adjacent to a missing digit somehow? Uh, because if this is a three, then these are from 0, 1, 2, both of them. I don't think I can quite figure out anything if that's a three. So in every instance, except when this is a four, actually, can this be a four? Maybe this can't even be a four. Because if this is a four, I need all of these to be adjacent to a missing digit. I guess we could omit two and five or something like that, and then we could make it work. In any event, you can
except
certainly
this one
fill in
would be big.
that these digits are from 0, 1, 2, 3, at least. That will probably be helpful. Okay, and so of the up to 10 digits that are missing, or sorry, of the up to 10 0 through 4 digits in the puzzle, we have six of them. Uh, so the only way that all three of these are adjacent to a missing digit is if the missing digits are 2 and 4. In which case these could be 0. Wait, sorry, maybe that's not true. Sorry. Uh, sorry, the missing digits were 1 and 3. If the missing digits were 1 and 3, these could be 0, 2, 4.
But you just said this was a 3. Or did you?
I just said the only way all three of these can be adjacent to a missing digit is if they're if 1 and 3 are the missing digits and these are 0, 2, 4. So in that instance, this would be a 4. Oh, but that would be nothing, right? I think that's true. Because the the only way we make all three of these get counted is if I remove something is if I remove the one and the three, leaving 0 to 4. But then the problem is then this can't be consecutive with them.
Yes.
So basically the corner circles are never 4, which does a lot.
So these are never 3. Do we need to go back?
Yeah, let's go over that again carefully. So let's say I want to make three of these numbers,
I agree
zero,
it's
one, two,
correct.
three, 4. Let's say we want to make three of these numbers adjacent to one of the missing digits. The only way I can do that is to remove the 1 and the 3. Uh, if I remove any other combination, uh, wait, could I remove the 1 and the 4? Maybe what I said was wrong. Although Chili says it's right, but now I'm
But then, so if this is a 4, uh, omit 1 and 5. So
yeah,
like
I think what I was saying wasn't quite true.
0, 2 are omitted 5, so this would be a 6.
It's perhaps worth noting there are only 4 total digits at most that are adjacent to an omitted digit from the puzzle. So if this is a 4, then that's all of them. Uh, but yeah, maybe this is possible.
Well,
Although
this
that
being a
6 is
6
very
now
suspicious.
seems pretty hard. This is 4 of them. We would need to get 2 more.
So there are in total in the grid at most 8 of the 16 cells that are counted by these. Uh,
Hmm. Ron's point is correct that the squares have to be 4 or 9 because 16 is too big for circles.
that's true.
Oh, or 1.
Yeah, we've not ruled out 0, 1. We do need some fairly large digits in the puzzle. At the very least, we need 2, 6, 7s. So some of these circles are big-ish. Uh, don't think we know that these two outer circles aren't the same.
Hmm. That does seem very difficult, David. But if we're missing like 8 and 9, that is possible. Oh, but then you have to satisfy these. 0, 1 seems very hard.
0, 1 is not possible because this cell sees everything this cell sees. And likewise, this cell sees everything this cell sees. So this cell is bigger. This number is bigger than that one. So this is a minimum 3. That's a minimum 3. That's at least something.
Mm-hmm.
And that's probably relevant to the square business. So you can fill in 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 at least. And then the others are then at most 6 if you want. Because we said you can't get to a square higher than 9.
Oh, sorry. These could
Oh,
these
this
be
could maybe be
0?
0. Yeah, this could be 0. Sorry. Now, I think either of those circles being 8 would mean that every omitted uh, digit in the puzzle was seen by it. And I think that's not possible because we know there's at least one omitted digit up here and at least one omitted digit down here. So actually, you can rule 8 out of these if you want. Let's see. If this is 0, then that's saying both of these are adjacent to digits. So the two that were not adjacent would be these two. Uh, but that would make this a 2. Uh, and this would have to be a 1. And that wouldn't work. So technically, this one can't be 0. And I think the same is true of the other one if you look at how it interacts with the box. So just imagine you fill in 0 here. These two aren't counted by this circle. So these two both have to be counted by this circle. This circle's a 2. That's a 0, so this is a 1. Now I'm saying both 2 and 1 are adjacent to missing digits, but 1 is not because 0 and 2 are in the puzzle, so it's a lie.
So these aren't 0.
So those aren't 0, yes. Uh, oh, Ron says you can't put a 7
You'd have to
there.
put a 2, and can you put a 7 and a 2 in circles next to each other?
Uh, so they see 6 cells in common. So in the most extreme, you would have like, yeah, you cannot because the uh boy, this is hard for my brain to think about. Uh, so these two see these six cells in common. So right. So if one of these is a two, then the other one would, in order to get to seven, or I guess the way to say it is, then this one would be at most five because you know that there's only two of all of these cells shaded at most. So,
Well, except I
okay, if this is a two, then that's saying that of all of these cells, only two of them are shaded. So in order to get this digit to seven, I would need to shade five of these three cells.
yeah,
So yeah, the max difference is three, is what Ron is saying, and I agree with that. In my head, I kept getting a max difference of six, but it's a max difference of three because the difference between these two is the difference in the number of shaded cells here and the number of shaded cells here. So three and six is only possible in a rather extreme scenario.
I buy David's point.
Yeah, that we definitely need at least one 789. So those are definitely from 789. I agree.
There's a ladybug crawling on my cable here.
Oh, hello, Ladybug.
Just wait until it crawls over the camera lens and we get some sort of.
Yeah, but we don't. We already ruled zero out of all of these, unfortunately. So that doesn't. Yeah, so it's 1, 3, or it sums to 9. I agree with that. Can they both be 1, 3? I don't think so. Uh, yeah, if they're both 1, 3, uh, oh no, maybe it does work. Then these are both 0, 2, and these are both 4. Maybe that technically works. Uh, I'm trying to think of the consequences of one of these things being 4, because then, of course, this now is bigger than 4. And this thing is now at least 2. And I think I could even do better than that. This one, I mean. Uh, those would be at least each at least 2 for sure. But they'd have to be bigger. Uh, we can at least prove that it's at least 4 David because of the fact that these are disjoint and they sum to a minimum of 4. Uh, it feels like it's going to be very hard to make this puzzle work without it being 8, but it could be, and I can't disprove it so far, at least. Uh, can we possibly disprove that none of 7, 8, 9 are missing from the puzzle? Uh, I don't know.
In which case, these thermos just are both 7, 8, 9.
Yes. That was what I was looking at, was to see if I could at least because if we can disprove that, then we get our full set of oh, not quite.
And
Sorry,
of those,
I can't
only
math.
the 7 could possibly be next to a missing digit.
Yeah, yeah. We'd have sort of everything else would be a full set of all the digits. Uh, uh, yep. Good point. So we can prune 2 out of these. So these are so there's always a 3 here. Is that true? Is that oh no, because it could be 4, 5. It's 4, 5, 3, 6, or 1, 3. Those are the 3 options for what the middle things could be.
Hmm.
Uh, can they both be 4, 5? Or does that break? Uh, it doesn't immediately seem to me. The 3, 6 case is actually the hardest to make work. Uh, because if it's 3, 6, let's just say this is 3 and this is 6. That means that because these two things are different by 3, that
All of
ex
these would have to be
yeah, exactly.
consecutive with, uh,
Yeah. All of these and none of these
yep.
would be consecutive with missing digits. Uh, and I guess in that instance, so in particular, 6 would be consecutive with a missing digit, I suppose. Oh no, not necessarily. Sorry. No. That's not true. Don't listen to me. Uh, and it would at least make this number at least moderately large, but I can't quite let's see. If I add together this number and this number, can I put some sort of reasonable bound on how big it has to be since it covers almost the whole grid? Uh, and double counts a lot of it. Uh, like almost kind of sort of that seems plausible. But we don't quite know that the total number is 8 in the whole grid, which would be nice to know. Uh, yeah, I agree. 1, 3, 3, 6, and 4, 5 are my options. Okay. So I guess we can also say, yeah, if it is a one, we know where the one is. Is it really possible there's only one digit in all of these that is consecutive with one of the missing digits? Maybe it's impossible that these circles are one. Uh, so, in particular, if this digit is one, it definitely means that either on this side or this side, there are none, which would definitely make one of these two a two. Uh,
And 2
if
would have
not,
to be adjacent to a missing digit, so 3 would have to be a missing digit.
oh, that doesn't work.
And that doesn't work.
Because 1 + 3 is 4 is how we made the one there. So yeah, so neither of those can be one. That was painful, but we got there.
So these
I
both add
can.
to 9.
Yep, they both add to 9. Agree.
Three, 6 is 3, 6. Well, 3 in either of these cells is super restrictive. Just remember, these have to be bigger than
Uh,
these.
David, because the 2 would be counting exactly those two cells. And so the 2 would be counting itself. Because if this was a 1, then yeah, either that was empty or that was empty. That was why. Yeah, the 3, 6 option is kind of crazy.
I mean, in particular, either of these being a 3 seems super restrictive because that makes if this is a 3, this is a 2. These are 0, 1. So 0, 1, and
So
2 are all in the puzzle. So now we can't get high enough. So I don't think either of these can be a 3.
can you go over that?
Okay. If this is a 3, uh this needs to be bigger than this. So this is a 2. That
Why does that need to be bigger than? Oh, right. We've been over this. Yes,
by
that needs to be
prior
bigger than that.
logic.
Yeah. Yep.
So that's a 2. These are 0 and 1. So how are we satisfying this 2 exactly? Because 0, 1, 2, and 3 are all in the puzzle. So this 2 would be maximum 1.
Uh, yep. Okay. Yep. Agree. Okay. Yes, I agree. Those can't be 3.
So these are not 3.
And so those other ones are not 6. Got it. Got it. That was what I tried to do something very similar to that earlier, but I could not make it work. But I think I wasn't thinking about the way. I think that was before I thought about the relationship between those two cells. Okay. Is there a problem if 3, 4, 5, and 6 are all in the puzzle? Because if 3, 4, 5, and 6 are all in the puzzle, then 4 and 5 are not counted at all. Uh, and 3 and 6 might be. Uh,
Right, and we've talked about the restrictions of a 3-6 pair before. So now that we know the direction, if this is 3-6, it goes this way, and now all three of these have to be adjacent.
To something that's missing from the grid.
Yes, including the circle and something lower than it.
Yeah, that doesn't quite seem to break in my brain, but it's super restrictive. I agree. Okay, if this is a 2, we
I
go
think
back to the
maybe
world
by
where these are 0, 1. And
yeah,
so now the 2 that are counted are this one, so 3 is gone from the puzzle. So remember, if either circle in the corner is 2, 3 is not in the puzzle at all. Uh, and so those things would be 4, 5. Uh, and so this 4 or 5 would have to be consecutive with something. So it would probably be a 4, but it could be a 5. Missing a 6 as well would be an option. Uh, in which case we'd have our 7, 8, 9s over there. Uh,
and if this is a
so I guess that does make me really want to break the option that all of these are 4, 5.
and also remember, I think we successfully argued that if one of these is a 4, the missing digits from the puzzle are exactly 1 and 5.
Is that true? Well, one thing that's true is if this is a 4 and 5 is missing from the puzzle, this is a 6.
Uh,
But I don't see why it couldn't be 4 with 3 missing from the puzzle.
because you'd still need at least 101 to be. So if 3 is missing from the puzzle,
Mm. So yeah, so if this is a 4,
and we
then
tried
I
to
need
make.
to be missing 3 or 5 uh for the 4, but I need to be missing something smaller than 4 for the 0 or 1, and I need to be missing something bigger than 4 for the 5 or 6.
So then we would have to be missing. Well, we're definitely missing 1, right?
Right, because I need to be missing something. So in this instance, that this is a 4, we're either missing 1 or 2.
Right, missing 1 or 2.
Right. And then we're also missing something adjacent with 4. Uh,
Which would have to be 5.
yeah. Because if I'm missing, unless I'm missing 1, in which case maybe I'm missing Okay, I can't be missing both numbers lower than 4, right? Because of
Right.
that digit up
So
there.
you would be missing one or two and five.
Yep, 1 or 2 and 5. Okay, yes, agree. So if that's a 4, then we're
If that's
missing
a four,
5.
this is exactly a six then.
Yep. And now this is also a 6. And those are both 3s
Why is this a six?
because 5 is gone. So my only way of summing to 9 is 3, 6. Because you just hypothecated
Right.
5 out of existence. And so
Uh,
we'd end up with all of that.
but this breaks because uh, uh, because now remember all three of these have to be adjacent to missing digits. Okay, missing digits are 1 and 5 now. Because 2, it can't be next to 3.
Uh,
Chili orange just means these are bigger than their adjacent cells. Orange isn't a thing. Uh, oh, color
so
cells that are definitely adjacent. That seems like a good idea.
I think this would definitely be a 0. Uh, this 3 would already be done. I see. The problem is the 3 is broken because it counts. It's already seen more than 3. It sees
This,
4.
yep. So
Well, that was awful.
so these can't be 4.
Uh, sure.
So these can't be 3.
Uh, okay. I liked the first 3 of the puzzles in this pack. This one is not for me. Uh,
I don't mind a little bit of going down rabbit holes. Uh, it's definitely too case checky for Zeta. I don't think it's too case checky for me.
uh, yeah, I mean, puzzles can be the right amount of case checky for lots of solvers and still be too case checky for me because I have the lowest tolerance for case checking approximately that it is possible to have. Uh,
But we are whittling down cases.
I guess another thing that I haven't noticed is that if either of these is 6, then definitely, of course, the thing that goes with them is 3. Now that means there's definitely a 2 in one of these. So as soon as there's a 6 in either of these cells, that guarantees that 0, 1, and 2, and 3, and 6 are all in the puzzle for sure. So, uh, in particular, that's broken. uh, because the 2 is lying because the 2 doesn't count the 0, 1, or 2. So just to
Okay.
go over that again carefully, if either of these is six, then
Whoops.
if one of them is six, I'm not saying if both of them are six, if either of them are six, then the thing opposite it is a three. Now there's not enough threes in the puzzle to avoid one of these being a two. So
Right.
three and six are in the puzzle. And then as soon as one of these is a two, zero,
The,
one, and two are in the puzzle. But now the two circle is broken because the two circle
so it can only be
counting the six because
six.
zero, one,
So
and two are all in the puzzle.
so in fact these are both 4, 5.
So in fact, they are both 4, 5. So yeah, the thing I was trying to break before was what actually happens. Uh, which is that these are all 4, 5. Okay. Okay. So now the digits in the puzzle include 4 and 5 for
Yep.
sure. Uh,
Wonder if that means 3 is going to have to be excluded. No, I don't. So, in particular, either these are both 4 or they're both 5.
mhm.
So we get a lot of parallel deductions.
By uniqueness, 6 is a missing digit. Uh,
Oops. I'm going to take off because I want to start coloring digits that we know uh, are adjacent.
yeah, if either we've already said if either of these is 2, then 3 is missing. So either they're both 2 or they're both 3.
Yes. So in particular, they're the same.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if one of these is 3, does that mean that 3 is definitely adjacent to a missing digit? So if one of these is 2, then 3 is missing, right?
Mm-hmm. We've
Uh,
proven that.
so then it itself would be adjacent to. And if they're 3, then 3 of these 4 have to be adjacent to a missing digit. So something lower than 3 is definitely missing.
I feel like that 4, 5 thing in the center we could use to do some like edge coloring or like saying some things are the same color as each other, but it's very weird. Ah, that's true. One of the missing digits is low. So there is the second 7, 8, 9 on the thermos. That's right, because we can't be missing 2 of 7, 8, 9 anymore. So this is a 7, 8 is what David is saying. And this isn't a 7.
Yeah, so always one of 1, 2, and 3 is missing in the puzzle.
Now, in the world where this is 7, 8, 9, then these aren't counted by the circles.
Yeah.
Uh, is that a problem? Because we could be missing 3, 6, and that seems like it might work out okay. Uh, as best I can see it. This is a 2. Then the ones that we're missing are the ones we're counting are these two. I'm trying to see if there's anything I can do with that. And so this would be a 2, so we'd be counting these two and not these two. Uh, so this would need to be seeing at least 2 more. But I can't quite see how I'm getting enough leverage out of that to get anywhere.
So, yeah, I like what Ron is saying is that whichever of these is 5, if something is a 5, then it definitely sees uh, at least 2 of the same digit.
True.
So then you have to think about where those repeat digits are going. Like if,
Well, if it's a 5, it could just see 2 4s.
well, that's a good point.
I really like the way of thinking, but unfortunately, I think we need one more push to get there. I think we need one more little bit. Now, this digit here, because it sees a 4 or 5 pair, is kind of interesting because if it's lower than 4, that's big. And if it's bigger than 5, that's also big. So, uh, in no universe can this digit be a 3, right? Because either this digit's a 3 or 3 isn't in the puzzle. So this digit is either 2 or less. So it's either 0, 1, 2, or it's 6, 7. And I think that's kind of worth marking because I think we can contemplate each of these options. Now, if it's 0, 1, 2, then that tells me that there's 6 0, 1, 2s in the puzzle. So that would tell me that all of 0, 1, and 2 are in the puzzle. Uh, and in particular, force both of these to be 3s. That seems problematic. Uh,
Yeah, because that absolutely
that
breaks.
breaks. Yeah. So if this is 0, 1, 2, it breaks immediately, I think, is the point. Because if this is 0, 1, 2, then it forces these corner marks to be 3, but then 0, 1, 2, and 3 are all in the puzzle. So the 3 is counting two things that absolutely don't count because 0, that string gets you there. So yeah, so these actually
Wait,
are just 6 or 7.
wait, why does it force the corners to be 3?
Because remember, if one corner is 3, they're both 3. And if this is 0, 1, 2, that means that there's 5 0, 1, 2s just in the circled cells. And so that means I can't put 2 in both corners. That would be 7
Uh,
0, 1, 2s in the grid. And 7 is too many.
so the point is neither of these can be 0, 1, 2.
Correct. Uh, so we're now omitting one of six, seven, eight, nine. Uh,
Okay, so if we're, I like Ron's. So if we're omitting three, what else are we omitting?
one of seven, eight, and nine.
Yes. Is the point is a point that we always have a nine in the puzzle? With these being 4, 5. If 9 is missing, can we get enough
Okay, so if nine is missing, then you count the eight and you don't count either of these. But I mean, I think maybe the point is, do we know how many? Like, we can never count all three of these, right? Uh, actually, yeah, we can never count all three of these, I don't think. Uh, so even if it's 9, 7, 6, the 6 doesn't get counted. If it's 6, 8, 9, the 9 doesn't get counted. So at most two of these on each side are getting counted. Uh, so that is somewhat interesting in terms of getting to these numbers.
Is that going to mean that something adjacent to 4 or 5 has to be missing? Just by like pigeonhole principle?
Probably, but not both things next to 4 and 5 because then we get too big. I think. Maybe I'm not 100% sure of that. Uh,
Three's in the corners. You need something less than 3. You need 1 or 2 to be omitted.
I guess by uniqueness, 6 has to be missing, right? So that's the thing we're trying to prove. Because if 6 was present, then you'd have no way of disambiguating whether it was 7, 8, or 9 that was gone. So we must be trying to prove that 6 is missing from the puzzle. I'm perfectly okay with using uniqueness to try and decide what it is I'm trying to prove. Uh, so, uh, so if 6 is present, then the fives here are not getting counted. And the fours here might or might not be getting counted. But now I've got 4 and 5. If we also have 6, uh, let's see. Does it break immediately if we also have 3? Uh, in that instance? Because then these 4 fives would be counting none of the center cells. And so one of the fives would have to be counting like all of those. I don't know. I can't quite figure out the
I don't think
nice
that
way to
works.
phrase this.
Because that uh because we can't count all these cells. We can never count all these cells.
But could we count all these cells? Uh,
So in particular, these would be threes. So yeah, can we rule out being able to count all three of these digits at this point?
I guess the question is, yeah, the is it possible that both of these get counted? I think the answer is no. Uh, Funnily enough.
Even if there's 6,
So
8, and we're missing 7?
how can those be 6, 8, and we're missing 7?
Oh.
So I think that's the point. So if none of 4 and 5 count, then I think we bust because we would need to see all of these, which means seeing in particular those two, which is the same as seeing these two, and you can't do that. So it can't be that none of 4 and 5 count. So we're definitely missing 3 or 6, I think is what we've just proven. And I think Ron claimed earlier it was easy to see you can't be missing both 3 and 6. So let's try that. If we're missing 3 and 6, all of these count. And then that means that none of these are missing. Uh, oh, sorry. No, no, no. Sorry, that's not true. Sorry.
Except this would be 2, and it would
If
count
we're
itself.
Sorry, let's do this carefully. So if we're missing 3 and 6, if none of 4, 5 count, then we need to make a 5 work, David. And so the 5 is either these 5, which doesn't work because of the you can't not count both, or you can't count both of these, or it's these, and that works even less. Basically, the point is you can never have both of these be adjacent to missing digits. Is the point. That's really the lemma, is these are never both adjacent to missing digits, and so that rules out all the possibilities uh, with these. Uh, and if 3 and 6 are both missing,
David,
uh,
the bottom right corner, the problem is that this digit has to go somewhere else in the puzzle. So the bottom
and
right
it's
corner is
there.
basically equivalent to the top right corner. Uh, See, I've been pretty sure for a while that we can't miss 9.
Okay, so 3. How would both of these be adjacent to a missing digit? They couldn't be 7, 8, 9, and they couldn't be 6, uh, 7, 8. Uh, and so that would be a 6, and that would be a 9. But now, so this is pretty case checky to Vita itself. Uh, And so this would be a 9, this would be a 6. But now if this is a 7, the 6 isn't missing. And if this is an 8, the 9 isn't next to a missing digit. So it's pretty, that even that is pretty gnarly. But it does get us there. If all of these are next to a missing digit, that is if we're missing both 3 and 6, uh,
then the fours would have to not, the fours blow up. Because the fours already see all four of these, so they couldn't see any more, but they would definitely see this, and that's too many.
Well, what if oh, right, because
If we're missing 3
well,
and 6,
well, what
then
if the fours are here?
the fours are here. Then it sees these and the 7.
Ah, yes. Right. If 3 and 6 are missing, that's the point. Then this is a 7, and so it also counts. Oops, I don't know how I did that. I mean, it wasn't wrong, but okay, yes, I believe it. Okay, so we're missing exactly one of 3, 6. Okay, so what do we do with the fact that we're missing exactly one of 3, 6? So if we're missing exactly one of 3, 6, that means, I guess, that we count exactly 2 total in these. Each of these is counting exactly 2 of those cells. Uh,
So, right. So if we're missing 3, if we're missing 3, then
it's a 2.
that's a 2.
That's a
Neither of
4.
these would count. This would be a 4. Our 6s would have to go here. So this 5 would be counting. So then what else are we missing? So the 5s would count these 2 4s. Not count
Wouldn't be
itself.
counting the 0 or 1, because these would be 0, 1.
Right. So the 5 sees.
Would count the 2 4s, and it would need to count all 3 of these, and it can't.
Yes. So we
Okay,
can't be missing 3.
Okay, so we can write in 3s then in the corners. And we can do digit dances. Ba-doop-ba-doop. Woo! Ba-doop-ba-doop. Wah! Ba-doop-ba-doop. Wee! Ba-doop. 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 Waha! Thank you, Big Z. Thank you, Zach. I'm sorry I didn't mention you before. Apparently
So
that was
we
wrong of me.
are missing 6.
Mm-hmm. So those are 7, 8, 9. Uh, okay, so these aren't missing anything adjacent to them. This is.
Yep.
Uh, so these aren't. Uh,
So let's color.
okay, yeah, that sounds like a good idea.
So um, orange will be missing, and what should be not missing?
Nice dark blue.
Or orange is adjacent to missing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh, 5s will be adjacent to missing, so they'll count themselves.
Yeah, 5s will count, 4s won't.
Um, Zero, two gold tooth.
So this can't be a 4 because if this is a 4, it's saying the only things it sees are the 3 here plus the 7, but that's not true because it also sees the 2 5s.
Right. So these are the 5s.
So those are the 5s, and they do count. They're orange. And the 4s don't count. They're blue.
So
now this is a 1, so it's orange. Sorry, this is a 1, so sorry. It's a 1 that doesn't say anything about the color. It does say 1 is in the puzzle, though. Uh, so
so
we know
so 0.
so 0 or 2 is missing, so 1 definitely counts. And so the 5. So 0 or 2 is missing, so 0 or 2 doesn't count. Because the 0, 2 definitely is next to some combination of 1 and 3, which are both in the puzzle. So the 0, 2 is blue. And so now by counting, the 3 is orange.
And so 2 must be missing.
Yep.
So that's a 0.
Mm-hmm.
2 is
And this
missing.
4 already sees it's 4. So this needs to be blue.
Which means it's 0.
Yep.
And that is an orange 1.
Good Lord, a 70-minute 4x4. Okay, I really like the idea here, but this is a little too messy. I think this needed a little more puzzle to sort of get you between the ends. I think it was the fact that it was symmetrical that was the problem that meant that there wasn't quite enough information here to sort of leverage this without doing a lot of sort of look ahead rather than that. Uh, yeah, I think the idea here is great, of sort of figure out the like number of things that are missing, uh, and maybe it would also benefit from like I think part of the problem here is the square sum bit just didn't help at all because it wasn't connected in any way to the constraint. Like I think maybe, and likewise with the thermos, I think maybe like with white dots or something, you might be able to make this work. You needed some constraints that interacted with the circles, and you didn't have any, like literally none of the constraints interact in any way with the circles, which is I think why it was really difficult to get this to work because like a thermo doesn't intrinsically have anything to do with a circle, a parity line doesn't, and a square sum box doesn't. So I think like the idea of the circles I think is really cool. I think you just needed to pick a different constraint and make it work in a way that was a little bit better, I think. Yeah, I think probably the combination I think is probably what didn't work. Like I think you could have made this work if you'd have picked a different constraint, but then it wouldn't have fit with the theme. So probably I think it was the combination of those two uh that didn't quite tie together. But I think the idea of both was really cool. So I bet someone could go back and make a whole pack. Like in the way that you made a pack based around the squares, I bet you could make a pack based around counting these circles and using stuff like that cares about consecutive. Uh, yeah, the is a little gnarly for sure. Probably a lot too gnarly, but the idea was cool. I think there's a lot of stuff that you could work with here. Alrighty, but I think that puts us at our dinner time
Oops.
to go awa. But
Sorry about
thank you
that.
everyone for hanging out. Did you just cut me off and no one could hear me for a while?
For a second, yeah.
Well, thank you everyone for sticking out and hanging out with us. We always appreciate this. Greatly glad to have the setting challenges back. I'm sure I'll try and do another one after less than a year between them. Like I think I allowed to have happen. Yeah, I think Tristan heard dinner time and just shut off the stream instantly.
No, I
Which
just
I mean,
clicked the
as
wrong
an
button.
impulse, I understand. Uh, but uh, but anyway, thank you for hanging out. Thank you to everyone who supports the stream. Thank you to everyone who made puzzles for the stream. Uh, if you want to support the stream, you can always do that on YouTube or the world being what it is. If you prefer to do it other ways, we have Ko-fi. There's always thumbing up the stream, leaving a comment, these sorts of things. We greatly appreciate them. Uh, Last but not least, thank you to the Turbines, Daniel, David, Franco, Nell, Nordy, Plonktime, and Tyson. Thank you so much. I look forward to seeing you all soon. I'll be back on stream on Tuesday, probably.
Yep.
So thanks for watching, and I'll see you then. Bye for now.